Chapter 1654. Boom! The tribulation lightning fell on Yi Xian's head, but he didn't even bat an eyelid. Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation because of the sacred leader token, the azure glazed treasure body, the tribulation passing pill, and the unicorn vital energy. However, this was the second itinerant celestial tribulation, so there were two of them. The second tribulation lightning was stronger than the first one, but it didn't matter. After all, the systems showed that Yi Xian had a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Boom! The second tribulation lightning fell. Then, Yi Xian heard a notification from the system. Ding! The host has passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Although the old tree and Yi Xian had a contract, the itinerant celestial realm was special. The old tree had to pass the tribulation by himself. In less than a minute, the old tree passed the second itinerant celestial tribulation and became a third tribulation itinerant celestial. Then, it was the Ghost Dome Emperor's turn. Ding! The Ghost Dome Emperor passed the tribulation successfully. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Wei Xintian broke through. He is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. The old tree, the Ghost Dome Emperor, and Wei Xintian broke through. Then, it was Luo Luo's turn. Luo Luo, do you think you can pass? Yi Xian asked. The Dragon Sparrow Fairy's inheritance is not very useful to me, but I still have the Sacred Leader token and the Tribulation Passing Pill. It shouldn't be a problem. Luo Luo replied. Then you should cultivate for a while. Anyway, 30 days in the plant space is only 1 day in the outside world. It's not a small matter to pass the tribulation. If you fail, your soul will be destroyed. It's better to be careful. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. Okay. Luo Luo nodded. Then, she was put into the plant space by Yi Xian to continue cultivating. She cultivated for 90 days, but only 3 days in the outside world. Yi Xian had passed the itinerant celestial tribulation, which meant that Luo Luo's tribulation had arrived. However, she could suppress it, so it wasn't a problem. After cultivating for 3 more months, Luo Luo's cultivation was much stronger than before. Now, she was 100% sure that she could pass the tribulation. However, just in case, she still set up 7 layers of formations, which would be able to withstand some of the power of the tribulation lightning. It was better than nothing. Soon, Luo Luo underwent her tribulation in the Penglai sacred land. She easily passed it. Luo Luo is now an early stage 3 tribulation itinerant celestial. Now, Yi Xian and the other 4 had all become 3 tribulation loose immortals. Their strength was enough to run amok in the great holy land. Luo Luo. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Ttia. Luo Luo. In that case, the heavenly treasure map would fall into the spatial rift, and even the 9 seeking formation might not be able to find it. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep it for now and wait until later. Not long after Luo Luo passed the tribulation, Wayward finally sent some news. Taoist Ling Xiao has set up the 9 search formation in the sea. My father has also informed the major powers, including the Holy Land of Death and the Underworld. Do you want to come and take a look? Where is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. It's on the 4 islands between the 4 great holy lands. It's just an ordinary island. The 9 search formation is on it, Wayward replied. When will you arrive? Yi Xian asked again. 3 days later, Wayward replied. The 4 islands were between the 4 great holy lands. They had to fly from the 4 great holy lands to get there. 3 days was more than enough. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Yi Xian nodded. He wanted to see where the night sky treasure map was. Very quickly, 3 days passed. After 3 days, Yi Xian arrived at the 4 islands. However, before he landed, he sensed a few powerful auras. There were even a few 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. After all, the experts of the 4 great holy lands were gathered for this meeting. Oh, Yi Xian is here. When he sensed the aura, he immediately turned around to take a look. Relying on the eye of insight, Yi Xian could already see the experts on the 4 islands. Old Immortal Tianju, Fairy Luli, Wayward, Ren Xiong, and the One-Thought Monk. There were many familiar faces. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar faces. Among them, a middle-aged man immediately showed anger when he saw Yi Xian. He was a peak 3 tribulation loose immortal. He was the Netherworld Great Emperor, the Prince of Netherworld's father. During the fight for the Holy Lord's token, the Prince of Netherworld was killed by Yi Xian and Wayward, so Yi Xian was his enemy. If it were not for the fact that he was not in the Netherworld Holy Land, he would have attacked Yi Xian a long time ago. However, when everyone sensed Yi Xian's aura, they revealed astonished expressions one after another. After all, Yi Xian was only a Heaven's Ingress realm cultivator back then. Yet, he had actually broken through to the second tribulation loose immortal realm now. Of course, Yi Xian used his bloodline to conceal his aura right now. Even the Netherworld Great Emperor and Ren Xiong could only sense his aura as a second tribulation loose immortal. You must be Yi Xian. You sure are young and promising. As soon as Yi Xian landed, an amiable voice rang out. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the person who came was a bald old monk. Based on the aura of his 3 tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian could determine that he was the master of the Buddhist sect's holy land, the Buddha sovereign. Behind the bald old monk was a middle-aged man in Daoist robes. He was also a 3 tribulation loose immortal. He must be Daoist Ling Shao of the Buddhist holy land, as well as Fairy Lu Li's father. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian respectfully greeted them. Good, you're neither arrogant nor impatient. Not bad. Daoist Ling Shao nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, compared to Caprice, he preferred Yi Xian whom he had met for the first time. However, this was not the time to talk about this matter. The rest of the people had also arrived, which was the last holy land, the Holy Land of Death. The Death Emperor flew over from the southwest with more than 10 people. All of them were second tribulation loose immortals with extraordinary strength. When he saw Yi Xian from afar, he could not help but snort coldly. Brat, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you. You can try. Yi Xian knew that the Death Emperor was talking to him, so he replied indifferently. His first disciple was killed by Caprice, and his second disciple was also killed by Caprice. However, Caprice had a background, while Yi Xian did not. Who else could he find trouble with? Well, everyone is finally here. Daoist Ling Shao looked around. The 8 supreme treasure maps had been gathered. Now, all that was left was for Daoist Ling Shao to use the 9 seeking formation to find the 9th supreme treasure map. Daoist Ling Shao, are you confident? Suddenly, the Death Emperor asked. I'm afraid that I'm the only one in the world who knows how to use the 9 seeking formation, but this is my first time using it. I'm not 100% sure. Daoist Ling Shao shook his head. Chapter 1655. The formation has been set up. You all can find your own positions and hold the sky treasure map. The Buddhist Supreme said to everyone. Immediately, the experts who held the sky treasure map took it out. Yi Xian, you take this one. Old Immortal Tianju suddenly handed the sky treasure map that Yi Xian gave him before to Yi Xian. Okay. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, he was just holding the sky treasure map first. Fairy Lu Li, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Xiong, and the Netherworld Emperor each had one, while Old Immortal Tianju and the Death Emperor each had two. The Emperor of Death also gave the extra to the rogue immortals under his command and stood in the 9 seeking formation. In the center of the 9 search formation, Daoist Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. As for the others, they were all watching from the sky. "Everyone, if you are ready, I will begin," Daoist Ling Xiao said. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that they were ready. Daoist Ling Xiao looked around again, then quickly formed seals with both hands. The 9 search formation also began to operate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the 9 search formation, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Then, the sky treasure map in the hands of the 8 people began to tremble. However, this sky treasure map was extremely important. Everyone held it tightly, unwilling to let go. The sky treasure map in Yi Xian's hands suddenly rotated. Not only that, but the others also did the same. In the end, the 8 sky treasure maps all pointed to one direction. South. 8 sky treasure maps, all pointing to the south. "Is there any sacred ground there?" Willful asked in surprise. "It is my Xiaoyang's sacred ground," Fairy Luli said. "So, the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xiaoyang sacred ground?" The Death Emperor frowned. One must know that one of the 2 sky treasure maps in his hand was given to him by evil Buddha of the Xiaoyang sacred ground. He did not expect that there would be another one in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. It may not be in the Xiaoyang sacred ground. It may be further south. Let's fly to the south of the Xiaoyang sacred ground first. If it points to the north, then we can be sure that the 9th sky treasure map is in the Xiaoyang sacred ground, Daoist Ling Xiao said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This method could determine the location of the 9th heavenly treasure map. If it continued to point to the south, it would not be in the Evil Sun Holy Land. One had to know that the Holy Land Master of Xiaoyang Holy Land was Fairy Luli. If the 9th piece of the Skysplit treasure map was in Xiaoyang Holy Land, wouldn't it be benefiting Fairy Luli for nothing? However, this was something that could not be helped. After all, even the Death Emperor did not dare to enter the small Saint Land. Because this place was divided into various camps, it was impossible to use the teleportation array to reach Xiaoyang Holy Land. They had to fly. The Death Emperor and the others didn't dare to enter the Evil Sun Holy Ground, so they could only take a detour. The journey this time took a total of 7 days. In addition to the previous 3 days, he had spent a total of 10 days. In the planting space, 300 days had passed, which was almost a year. Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline allowed her to reach the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation Luce Immortal and almost reach the peak of the 3rd tribulation Luce Immortal in 300 days. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking that if he had the chance, he would quickly get rid of the people from Death Holy Land and Netherworld Holy Land. 7 days later, they arrived at the southern sea of Xiaoyang Holy Land. They created a floating island and Daoist Ling Xiao set up another search for 9 array. "I hope it doesn't point to the north." The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor all had the same thought in their hearts. However, their prayers came true. This time, the 8 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map all shifted and pointed to the south. South. What's going on? Everyone was at a loss. Xiaoyang Holy Land is the southernmost Holy Land. If we go further south, it would be in those continents, Daoist Ling Xiao said. Continents were also possible. Let's try going south for a few more days. The dozens of loose immortals went south again, but the search for 9 array still pointed to the south. Up ahead is the Immortal Fall Sea. Even a loose immortal would be in danger if he goes there. We can't fight in the sea, so entering the Immortal Fall Sea is a dead end. If the 9th piece of the Skysplit treasure map is in the Immortal Fall Sea, it will be troublesome. Daoist Ling Xiao frowned. The immortal Fall Sea was a dangerous place in the sea. Even Daoist Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the third tribulation loose immortal realm, did not dare to enter. After all, they could only defend and could not attack. If the ninth piece of the sky-split treasure map was in the immortal Fall Sea, it would be impossible. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly found something wrong. He said, "Previously, we went straight to the south and never shifted our direction. However, in the search for 9 array yesterday, the angles of the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map seemed to be different from before." As soon as he said this, the others were immediately shocked. Angle deviation. That's nonsense. We have so many pairs of eyes watching. How did you discover it? A loose immortal from the Holy Land of Death snorted coldly. If you don't believe me, you can set up the search for 9 array again and wait for a day. Yi Xian directly suggested. Yesterday's and today's directions were clearly off by 1 degree. It should be known that he could discover it because he had it. If that's the case, then this sky-split treasure map is moving. Daoist Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. He said, "But a day is nothing to us." "Okay, then we'll wait for a day. Let's see if the directions are off." A day is nothing. We've waited for thousands of years. It's nothing. At this time, except for Yi Xian, who was only 28 years old, the others here were all old monsters. Even Wayward and Fairy Luli had lived for hundreds of years. In order to verify Yi Xian's words, everyone took out their weapons to be used as a reference when the time came. However, in less than half a day, the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map showed obvious changes. The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map was indeed moving. It's really changed. It's a little to the southwest. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed at Yi Xian's sharp eyes. Even Daoist Ling Xiao and the Buddhist Supreme, who were peak 3 tribulation loose immortals, did not discover it. Only Yi Xian did. Amazing. The 9th piece of the sky-split treasure map is moving. That means that someone has it. Let's go and catch up. After the Emperor of Death finished speaking, he immediately put away the sky-split treasure map and then rushed to the south. Although the immortal Fall Sea was further south, they did not have to enter it. They could try again outside the immortal Fall Sea. After rushing for more than half a day, they tried again at the edge of the immortal Fall Sea and found that the 8 pieces of the sky-split treasure map were still pointing to the immortal Fall Sea. Chapter 1656. Everyone, the immortal Fallen Sea is huge and very dangerous. There are countless heavenly thunders inside. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless immortal would not dare to be careless. Do you want to enter? Daoist Ling Xiao asked. Since we're already here, how can we not enter? The Netherworld Emperor snorted. That's right. If we can't find the passage to the immortal realm, we can only live for 1,000 years. Why don't we give it a try? The Death Emperor nodded. In that case, let's go in. Ren Xiong said to Headstrong, "You 1 tribulation bodiless immortals shouldn't enter. It's too dangerous." I know. Headstrong nodded and then looked at Fairy Luli. She also had a sky-piercing treasure map. However, Fairy Luli gave her sky-piercing treasure map to Daoist Ling Xiao. As for old immortal Tianju, he also took out 2 sky-piercing treasure maps. He gave one to Yi Xian and the other to the Buddhist sect's sacred land. In the end, only 8 bodiless immortals entered the immortal Fallen Sea. Daoist Ling Xiao also had to enter because he wanted to set up the 9 seeking formation. There were 4 from the Buddhist sect's sacred land, 2 from the Death Emperor's sacred land, 1 from the Netherworld's sacred land, 1 from the Life's sacred land, and 1 from Yi Xian. Among these people, except for the one from the Buddhist sect's sacred land who was a peak 2nd tribulation bodiless immortal, the rest were all 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were divided into groups of 3 or 6. Their chances of survival were very high. Yi Xian, take it easy, Headstrong said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His strength was at least in the top 3 among the 9 people. However, just in case, Yi Xian summoned the old tree and the other 2. Wei Zhentian turned into a suit of armor and put it on Yi Xian. As for the old tree and the Ghost Dome Emperor, they guarded Yi Xian. How did this kid do it? The bald old man and the Ghost Dome Emperor are both 3 tribulation bodiless immortals. The Death Emperor narrowed his eyes. So did the others. Yi Xian was probably the most mysterious person in their group. Yi Xian finally understood why there were no 4 tribulation bodiless immortals in the sacred land. It was because of the restrictions of the heavens. Soon, the group entered the Sea of Immortal Fall. The Immortal Fallen Sea was a very mysterious peak. It looked like a sunny day, but there would occasionally be tribulation lightning. It was because there were a large number of sea beasts at the level of itinerant immortals. These tribulation lightning bolts were condensed from their tribulations. That was not the main point. The main point was that these sea beasts could attack in the sea, but humans could only defend, so it was very dangerous. At first, they didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary, but after walking for an hour, they encountered a small sea monster. This little sea beast was only at the early stage of 1 tribulation scattered immortal, so it posed no threat to them. Very. It, in. B. Daoist Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Everyone turned to look and saw the surface of the sea in the distance begin to surge. A group of sea beasts broke through the waves and approached them. Be careful. Don't provoke them. Avoid them. Buddhist Supreme shouted. If they angered this group of sea beasts, they would persevere in their attacks, and there would be no way for them to escape. The sea beasts were all bodiless immortals. There were hundreds of them. When they saw Yi Xian and the others, some of them avoided them while some of them directly charged at them. The sea beasts were as intelligent as humans. They wanted a change of taste. Yi Xian and the others were good food. Yi Xian and the others could not attack, but they could release their auras to intimidate the sea beasts. Fortunately, they were only 1 tribulation bodiless immortals. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Soon, the sea beasts let go of Yi Xian and the others and left. Phew. Fortunately, our cultivation base is high enough to intimidate the sea beasts. Otherwise, we would be dead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they continued to move forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. They did not know if it was because of good luck. 9 Search Formation. Everyone set up a floating island and set up a 9 search formation. Then, they searched for the location of the 8 supreme treasure maps and finally found an island. No, this was not an island. It was a holy land. How is this possible? Isn't this? Everyone was shocked as they looked at the holy land in front of them. Everyone present knew that this was a holy land, but they did not expect to see it at this time. 7 Demons Holy Land. It's actually the 7 Demons Holy Land. Daoist Ling Xiao exclaimed. What is this? Yi Xian was very curious. He then transmitted his voice to Wayward. What? 7 Demons Holy Land. How is that possible? Wayward was also shocked. What's wrong with this 7 Demons Holy Land? Why isn't it on the map? Yi Xian asked. This was a holy land thousands of years ago, and it was the 5th great holy land. However, a terrifying baleful aura erupted from there, so we destroyed all the teleportation formations that led to the 7 Demons Holy Land. Soon after, the 7 Demons Holy Land disappeared. Wayward explained. Baleful aura was a very terrifying thing. There were a total of 7 types. The 7 Demons Holy Land actually erupted with baleful aura, which was very harmful to the other great holy lands. Therefore, it was isolated. Later, the four great holy lands sent people to search for the seven demons' holy land, but they did not find it. They did not expect it to appear in the immortal fallen sea. Everyone, look. The seven demons' holy land seems to be moving. A loud shout rang out. Everyone's eyes focused and found that the seven demons' holy land was F*King moving. F*CK, a holy land is moving. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly scanned with his eye of revelation. He found that there was a defensive formation around the seven demons' holy land. Everyone approached in shock. According to Sun Jiuzhen's instructions, the last piece of the heaven-connecting treasure map should be in the seven demons' holy land. Thousands of years ago, the overlord of the seven demons' holy land, the seven demons sect, erupted with a terrifying baleful aura. The entire holy land fell into a state of chaos. Later, the heavenly Tao appeared to protect the holy land and surrounded it, not allowing any humans who were tainted by the baleful aura to leave. The Buddhist Supreme said slowly. If we are not tainted by the baleful aura, we should be able to enter, right? The Death Emperor said. The Buddhist Supreme put his hands together and nodded. Yes, but we don't know if there are other people in the seven demons' holy land. Whether there were people or not had nothing to do with them. However, the seven demons' holy land was a great holy land. That meant that there was only one Holy Lord token. He wondered where the Holy Leader token was. Chapter 1657. Although we don't know if anyone is still alive, we can't let our guard down. Daoist Ling Xiao reminded. We won't enter the seven fiends' sacred ground to avoid being attacked by you guys. At this moment, the Death Emperor suddenly said. Among the people who entered this time, they were clearly the weaker party. The seven fiends' sacred ground was a large sacred ground. Once they entered, anyone could attack them. You have the sky-piercing treasure map in your hand, are you afraid that we will attack you? Ren Xiong coldly snorted. The sky-piercing treasure map is indeed precious, but if we die, wouldn't the Death's sacred ground and Nether's sacred ground become yours? The Netherworld Emperor said. Then you guys better be careful and don't encounter any sea beasts. Ren Xiong coldly snorted. Then, they all entered the seven fiends' sacred ground, leaving only one person outside to watch over the Netherworld Emperor and the others. Just now, the seven fiends' sacred ground's array blocked out spiritual awareness, but after entering the sacred ground, everyone immediately used their spiritual awareness. As expected, there isn't a single person, not even a single living thing. Ren Xiong frowned. Let's split up and search and see if we can find anything. Daoist Ling Xiao suggested. Alright, everyone be careful. I feel that something is wrong with the seven fiends' sacred ground. After Ren Xiong finished speaking, he directly left. Although they were strong, the seven fiends' sacred ground was so big that they couldn't search it in a short period of time. Old Tree, the three of you go search and see if you can find anything. Yi Xian said to the Old Tree trio. All right. Old Tree responded and then left. The seven fiends' sacred ground was lifeless. Not to mention a single living thing, there wasn't even a corpse. This made the others very surprised. However, after searching for half a day, their spiritual awareness finally found a living thing. It was a person. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. These ruins were the ruins of the seven fiends sect. And around this human who was sitting cross-legged, there were also clouds of black fog that seemed to be protecting him. Yi Xian, go to the central area. There is someone there. Ren Xiong transmitted his voice. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. About an hour later, he arrived. When he arrived, he saw that Ren Xiong, the Buddha, Taoist Ling Xiao, and the others were all there. Who is that person? With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian clearly saw that the youth in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect was actually a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. This person appeared in the ruins of Seven Fiends sect. Other than him, there is no one else. It is truly strange, Daoist Ling Xiao said in astonishment. Just now, I tried to get close to him, but the 7 streams of black gas around this kid attacked me directly. The attack power was very strong, so I retreated. The Buddha flicked his tattered sleeves, looking a little helpless. Daoist Ling Xiao continued, we've already shouted countless times, but this kid didn't respond. I wonder where he came from. Yi Xian carefully observed the 7 balls of black qi and discovered that they were not ordinary. He said in a low voice, those 7 balls of black qi seem to be baleful qi. Yes, they should be baleful qi. This kid can actually control baleful qi. He should be someone from Seven Fiends sect thousands of years ago. However, I don't know why he is the only one left in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground. The Buddha nodded. This aura makes me very uncomfortable. Why don't we join forces to destroy him? Ren Xiong suddenly said. He was the Platinum Holy Light Dragon and hated this kind of aura. If it was not for the others not agreeing, he would have already killed his way over. No, this person is very likely to be the master of Seven Fiends sacred ground. The sky-piercing treasure map is probably on him. If we anger him, even if we join forces, it will be difficult to do anything to him. The Buddha immediately said. Indeed, he was the only one in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground, so he was very likely to be the master of the sacred ground. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map was also very likely on him. Then what should we do? Wait? Ren Xiong frowned. Let's see the situation first. The Buddha replied. This youth was a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If he had the sacred leader token, he might be able to increase a realm. Although they were not weak, it would not be so easy to kill the youth who had the sacred leader token. On the contrary, they might suffer casualties. Of course, if Yi Xian and the others attacked with all their strength, this youth would definitely not be able to stop them. However, Yi Xian was afraid that he had the sky-piercing treasure map. Helplessly, everyone could only wait here quietly. This wait lasted for 3 days. Luo Luo had been cultivating in the planting space for several years and had already reached the peak of 3 tribulation scattered immortal. If she had cultivation resources to shorten the time needed to pass the tribulation, she might be able to pass the tribulation directly. 3 days later, the young man finally moved and slowly opened his eyes. Everyone, sorry for the long wait. The young man stood up and scanned the surroundings. You are? The Buddha immediately asked. Seven Fiends sect's chief disciple, Butsang. The youth replied. Then your 7 baleful auras are. The Buddha frowned and looked at the 7 baleful auras beside Butsang. I have already refined all the baleful auras in the entire Seven Fiends sacred ground for my own use. Butsang explained. Refined all the baleful auras. When everyone heard this, they found it hard to believe. When Seven Fiends sect's baleful auras erupted, everyone was corroded and killed. Now, Butsang said that he had refined all the baleful auras. This was not possible. Everyone, looking at you, you should be here for the sky-piercing treasure map, right? Butsang said and directly took out a sky-piercing treasure map from his interspatial ring. The 9th sky-piercing treasure map. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. The sky-piercing treasure map was finally complete. So you have already guessed it. Now we have 8 sky-piercing treasure maps. Only the one in your hand is missing. As long as we have it, we can find the passage to the immortal realm. The Buddha said to Butsang. I have also heard about the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. It just so happens that I have refined all the baleful auras and can leave 7 Fiends sacred ground. In that case, let's go together. Butsang stood up and put away the sky-piercing treasure map. That's good. The Buddha supremacy grinned. They thought that they would have to fight to get the sky-piercing treasure map. Now it seemed that they were in luck. Butsang's strength was probably not weaker than the Buddha and the other experts. After all, he was the chief disciple of 7 fiends sect thousands of years ago. Then, after thousands of years, he broke through and became a peak 3 tribulation scattered immortal. Butsang's 7 baleful auras were so powerful without using the sacred leader token. If he used the sacred leader token, it was enough to fight a group of people. Chapter 1658. Supreme Buddha, who is he? After seeing Butsang, the Emperor of Death could not help but ask. He is the master of the 7 fiends' sacred ground, Butsang. The last piece of the sky-piercing treasure map is in his hands. Taoist Ling Xiao explained. A remnant of the 7 fiends sect. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes, but he did not say this because he felt that this Butsang was not that simple. It was not good to be hostile to him. Don't worry so much. Now that the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map have been gathered, the next step is to piece together a complete map. Netherworld Emperor said. Yes, we have waited for thousands of years. Finally, this day has come. As long as we open the passage to the immortal world, everyone can ascend to the immortal world. As the Supreme Buddha spoke, he could not help but reveal a yearning expression. Everyone was the same. Who would want to stay in such a remote place? The immortal world, that was the world of immortals. Since the 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had been gathered, then everyone took it out at the same time. All 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map had appeared. There were restrictions in the sea, so everyone could not make a move here. They once again created a floating island, but this time Taoist Ling Xiao did not need to set up the 9 search formation. Come on. The Supreme Buddha took the lead and threw out the sky-piercing treasure map in his hand, and the others followed suit. The 9 pieces of the sky-piercing treasure map attracted like magnets and finally merged into one. A large map appeared. On it, there were only 5 locations. The Buddhist sacred ground, the life's sacred ground, the death's sacred ground, and the netherworld's sacred ground. These 4 sacred grounds were in the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast directions. This sky-piercing treasure map connected these 4 sacred grounds with 2 straight lines and a focal point. Obviously, that focal point was the place they were looking for. This place, isn't it the 4 islands? Taoist Ling Xiao suddenly shivered and said in horror. Yes, yes, in the middle of the 4 sacred grounds is the 4 islands. Could it be the passage to the immortal world? No, this is too coincidental. These 4 islands are very ordinary, there is no one on them. Could it be under the 4 islands? Everyone was guessing. No matter what, let's go take a look first. After the Supreme Buddha finished speaking, he directly opened the sky-piercing treasure map and divided it into 9 pieces and returned them to each party. Next, they continued to hurry on their way and arrive at the 4 islands. Then, everyone reassembled the sky-piercing treasure map, the 4 islands changed. All of a sudden, an array formation rose up from the center of the 4 islands, creating a hole in the 4 islands. What? There's actually a hidden array within the 4 islands. Who set it up? Even I, a peak 3rd tribulation loose immortal, was unable to discover it. Taoist Ling Xiao was utterly shocked. How could a 4th tribulation loose immortal appear in this place? The passageway to the immortal world is indeed in the sea. The Emperor of Death couldn't hold it in any longer. He led his men into the depths of the sea. But before that, the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were returned to each party because they felt that the sky-piercing treasure maps were not simply used to find the passage to the immortal world. Yi Xian went down with the Buddhist sect and life's sacred land. If it were not for this passage, they would have been attacked by sea beasts. After traveling at full speed for an entire day, they finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Celestial Sea Palace. Everyone landed and looked at the stone tablet in front of them and the door. Look, there are 9 square holes on it. Someone reminded them. Obviously, the 9 square holes corresponded to the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps. However, no one knew what would happen next. This Celestial Sea Palace is probably not the passage to the immortal world. There may be danger inside, so I think we should gather our people first, the Supreme Buddha suggested. Yes, there should be many people coming. Let's gather them. The Netherworld Emperor nodded. Then, they all notified the experts on their side and asked them to come to the 4 islands. 3 days later, there were more than 100 people gathered here. All of them were loose immortals, and almost all of them were Second Tribulation loose immortals. At the same time, Ren Ziyuan, Wayward's grandfather and Ren Xiong's father, also came. He was the Sacred Land Master of Life's Sacred Land and had already handed the Sacred Lord token to his subordinates. In addition, Life's Sacred Sect Master Pang Ran and others were also present. There were more than 10 Tribulation loose immortals. Everyone, come. Daoist Ling Xiao said. At this time, he was holding Fairy Lu Li's sky-piercing treasure map. The others also chose a place and then threw the sky-piercing treasure map out and embedded it in the 9 squares. After the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps were gathered, the door suddenly bloomed with a strange light. Then, everyone saw the 9 sky-piercing treasure maps being refined into a blue bead. What is this? Everyone was puzzled, but they all took the blue bead one after another. The Buddhist Supreme, Daoist Ling Xiao, Old Immortal Tian Zhu, Yi Xian, Netherworld Emperor, Butzang, and Ren Ziyuan each had one. As for the Emperor of Death, he had 2. Although they didn't understand what it was, they knew that this blue bead would definitely be useful in the following journey. Before they could continue thinking, the door of the Immortal Sea Palace suddenly opened. Sure enough, this wasn't the passage to the immortal world. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Everyone looked inside, but they didn't see any other creatures. This feeling reminded Yi Xian of the Deep Sea Palace when he went to the Bloodstone Continent. The Emperor of Death was a little impatient and directly sent an undead puppet in, but there was no danger. The space inside is very stable. The Emperor of Death narrowed his eyes and subconsciously glanced at the Life's Sacred Sex group. The 2 factions had more or less the same number of people. If a fight broke out, no one would have an advantage. Emperor of Death, do you want to fight first? Daoist Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now that we have found clues to the passage to the immortal world, let's put aside our grudges for the time being. The Netherworld Emperor said and inadvertently glanced at Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed the Netherworld Emperor's son and the successor of the Emperor of Death. This enmity naturally wouldn't be resolved so easily. If that's the case, then let's decide who comes first. Daoist Ling Xiao suddenly said. Let's go first. There may be opportunities and dangers. What do you think? The Buddhist Supreme followed. Okay, let's go first. The Emperor of Death's eyes lit up and immediately led his people into the Immortal Sea Palace. Chapter 1659. This Butzang, although we know his background, he's very mysterious. Now that he's with the people from the Holy Land of Death and the Netherworld Holy Land, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Daoist Ling Xiao looked at the backs of the Death Emperor and the others and murmured. Indeed. Let's let them explore the way first. We'll go in half a day later. The Buddhist Supreme suggested. Anyway, they were here for the passage to the immortal world. Even if there were opportunities in the Divine Sea Palace, they could give up. Roughly half a day later, everyone was ready to enter the Celestial Sea Palace. There are so many of us together, and there are several Third Tribulation scattered immortals. Even if we encounter danger, we can deal with it together. Everyone thought at the same time, and then entered the celestial sea palace together. At this time, the 5 blue beads were respectively held by the Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Xiao, Ren Ziyuan, Old Immortal Tian Zhu, and Yi Xian. They felt that these 5 blue beads would definitely be useful. Because the divine sea palace was too mysterious, everyone was very careful. Because the divine sea palace was full of seawater, they were afraid of sea monsters. However, this worry was superfluous. The moment they entered the divine sea palace, Yi Xian had already asked Old Tree and the others to explore. Old Tree was the fastest and took the lead, but he didn't find any danger. The Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and Butsang, these 3 are very fast. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When they entered the divine sea palace, he had already marked them with the Death Hunt command. At this time, he saw that they were very fast, so he guessed that they didn't encounter any danger. However, when they were in the middle area, he saw that they stopped for a while. He didn't know what happened, but if there was danger, it should be near that area. Therefore, he asked Old Tree to go and take a look quickly. Ding! Embers of thunder fire died. Ding! Embers of thunder fire revived. 2 system notifications sounded out, causing Yi Xian to frown as he was on his way. Old Tree, why did he suddenly die? Old Tree, what happened? Yi Xian quickly asked. I'm not sure. I just crossed a line and then died. However, I saw some bloodstains near that line. The Old Tree appeared beside Yi Xian again and explained. Line. When Caprice and the others heard this, they couldn't help but ask, could it be that the Emperor of Death and the others suffered casualties? That should be it. Old Tree nodded. Then, they hurried on and finally saw the line mentioned by the Old Tree. In order to let them see clearly, the Old Tree personally tested it again. After he used the 9 Dragons' Thunder Flash to cross that line, everyone saw the Old Tree's body directly explode. Ding! Ashen Thunder Fire has died. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has been revived. The Old Tree once again appeared in front of everyone. We can't see anything strange about this line. The Buddha shook his head. The moment I crossed it, I felt a huge pressure. My body was squeezed until it exploded, the Old Tree replied. That's right. The strange thing isn't that line, but the water behind it, Yi Xian nodded. Could it be that we have to use that blue bead? Taoist Ling Xiao asked. Yes. We might need to use it. Ren Ziyuan nodded and then his gaze fell on the Old Tree. At that moment, Yi Xian gave the blue bead in his hand to the Old Tree. Then, he let the Old Tree try again. This time, when the Old Tree crossed the line, nothing happened. Instead, a blue light barrier appeared around his body. Sure enough, he needed to use that blue bead. Sure enough, he needs to use that. However, can one bead only protect one person? Caprice asked in surprise. Probably not. Let the Ghost Dome Great Emperor try as well. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This time, the Old Tree and the Ghost Dome Great Emperor crossed the line together. The 2 of them were together, but nothing happened. Then, Yi Xian asked the Ghost Dome Great Emperor to move away from the Old Tree. Sure enough, after he moved away, he heard 2 system notifications. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is dead. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor is resurrected. The Ghost Dome Great Emperor was resurrected beside Yi Xian. This time, they tested the distance of the blue bead, but they didn't test the number of people. To be on the safe side, they tested it again and found that a blue bead could only protect 5 people. The 6th person would be squeezed out and then his body would explode. Fortunately, the 6th person was the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, so everyone was fine. The Emperor of Death's side only has 4 blue beads. At most, they can protect 20 people. It seems that they will lose at least 30 people this time. Daoist Ling Xiao said. This line wasn't easy to find. The old tree only found it by chance. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't find anyone else, so there was only one path. Therefore, the Emperor of Death's side would probably suffer heavy casualties. At most, 20 people would survive. But here came the problem. They had more than 50 people. Even if they had 5 blue beads, they could only protect 25 people at most. It seems that some of us will have to leave. Daoist Ling Xiao sighed. Not necessarily. We can catch up with the Emperor of Death's group and snatch the blue beads from them. Ren Ziyuan's eyes flashed as he sneered. The Emperor of Death's side obviously entered the danger zone without any preparation. Therefore, they might have less than 20 people. After all, Butsang was a little cold. Although he walked with the Emperor of Death's group, no one dared to approach him. He had wasted 4 people with the blue beads in his hand. Perhaps we don't have to go through so much trouble. Yi Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Wayward's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. You have an independent space. As long as we hide the others, we can all enter. At that moment, they directly selected 20 people. These people would be protected by the blue beads. As for the others, they would enter Yi Xian's space. If the Emperor of Death's group knew about this, they would probably spit out a mouthful of blood. They weren't prepared before, so some of them were squeezed out of the blue bead's effective range and exploded. But now, Yi Xian's side actually passed through without any casualties. It was simply a miracle. The rest of the journey was also ordinary. The Emperor of Death's side also stopped and waited for Yi Xian. They stopped. It seems that they have encountered some kind of obstacle and are waiting for us. Or perhaps they have encountered some kind of problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After reminding everyone, they continued on their way. Soon, they saw the Emperor of Death's group. They counted carefully. Apart from the Emperor of Death, the Netherworld Emperor, and Butsang, there were only 9 people. Chapter 1660. Originally, as long as the 4 blue pearls were used properly, they could protect 20 people. However, the Emperor of Death's people were very far away, and no one dared to approach Butsang. Damn it! The Emperor of Death cursed in his heart. They had only seen that warning line later. After those people passed through, there was no problem at first, but later on, they all exploded and died. Otherwise, their injuries wouldn't be so serious. If they fought now, they would most likely be wiped out. Tsk tisk, that's 12 people. Ren Ziyuan and the others' eyes lit up. However, now was not the time to fight because they all needed the blue pearls to protect them. How could they fight? Moreover, even if the Emperor of Death's side had fewer people, if they fought desperately, they would still suffer heavy losses. Forget it. You're finally here. Hand over the blue pearls and open the door. The Emperor of Death reminded them. At this time, a large door appeared in front of them. There were 9 holes on the door for the blue pearls. Because everyone needed the blue pearls to protect them, they split into groups and stood next to the holes. Then, they put the blue pearls in. Boom! The door opened. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. Behind the door was a world. How was this possible? Such abundant yuan qi, at least 10 times that of my life's sacred land. What is this place? Ren Xiong said in surprise. Could it be that this immortal sea palace is the passage to the immortal world, and we've already arrived at the immortal world? Daoist Ling Xiao was also confused. There was no more water behind the door, but there was a formation that prevented them from passing. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, a person suddenly flashed in from outside the door. His aura was so powerful that it shocked everyone. A peak third tribulation scattered immortal, no, a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. Everyone immediately reacted. This person's aura was stronger than everyone present. He was actually a fourth tribulation scattered immortal. How many years has it been? Finally, someone found this place. The person who came was a young expert. He looked around and sighed. Fellow Taoist, is this the immortal world? The Buddhist Supreme asked curiously. Immortal world. The young man smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? This is just a space opened by immortals. It's called the immortal world. Immortal world. Immortal. Everyone was shocked. That's right. This isn't the immortal world. There's an immortal ascension platform in the depths of this small immortal world. That's the real passageway to the immortal world. However, this immortal ascension platform has been sealed off by the immortal world. That's why everyone can't ascend to the immortal world, the young man explained. I see. At this moment, everyone understood. Many people revealed helpless expressions. They had gone through untold hardships to find this place. They originally thought that they could ascend to the immortal world, but they didn't expect that it still wouldn't work. However, if it was impossible to ascend to the immortal realm, how did an immortal create a lesser immortal realm? The young man saw the confusion on everyone's faces and explained, to be precise, this small immortal realm was created by 3 immortals. These 3 immortals came to this mortal world countless years ago and selected some people from various holy lands. After countless years of reproduction, this small immortal realm finally appeared. There are actually 3 true immortals. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They were real immortals. Even if they were only grade 1 immortals, they were still stronger than grade 3 immortals. If they were grade 3 immortals, they would be stronger than grade 9 immortals. Then why is the passageway to the immortal realm closed? Taoist Ling Xiao asked curiously. This, I don't know. I'm afraid that only those 3 immortals. The young man shook his head and continued, let's not talk about this. Next, you can enter the small immortal realm to cultivate, but once you enter, you won't be able to return in the future. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to, you can follow me back. As long as you gather the 9 pieces of the Skysplit treasure map, you can enter again. Only allowed to enter, not leave. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. The Emperor of Death's people were a little hesitant because they thought that this was the immortal realm. They didn't expect it to be a fake one. In the sacred land of death, the Emperor of Death could be called a king, but in this small immortal realm, he was probably at the bottom. However, the people of the life's sacred land weren't worried because Yi Xian had left an entrance to a cultivation space in the life's sacred land. They could return at any time. However, Yi Xian probably couldn't make it, but he didn't care. That clone was left to protect his life. You must have come in batches. If you put the 9 water avoidance pearls together, it'll be enough to protect hundreds of people. The young man suddenly grinned. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the Emperor of Death and the others changed. However, what was done was done. What was the use of regret? All right, think about it, said the young man. Milord, we choose to all enter the small immortal realm, said Taoist Ling Xiao. As for the Emperor of Death's people, they all nodded after a moment of thought. In that case, you can all enter. After saying this, the young man opened the formation and let them pass. Then, he led them to a mountain peak. You all wait here. I'm going to the outside world. No matter what grudges you have, wait until I return. After saying this, the young man couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then, he reminded them, you're in luck. My immortal destiny sect's ancestor once set a rule. Anyone who obtains a sky-split treasure map and enters the small immortal realm can join the Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Destiny sect. When they heard this sect, they all revealed confused expressions. What level was this Immortal Destiny sect? The Immortal Destiny sect is a sect established by 3 immortals. It's also the strongest sect in the small immortal realm. They value fate. Since you're able to enter, it's fate. You all have the qualifications to join the Immortal Destiny sect, said the young man. The strongest sect in the small immortal realm. When they heard this, their eyes almost popped out. The Emperor of Death plucked up his courage and asked, "What level of immortal are the 3 immortal patriarchs of the Immortal Destiny sect?" "I don't know the details. However, they're at least level 5 immortals." "In the small immortal realm, they're already invincible," answered the young man. If they were to convert, a 3 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 1 immortal, a 6 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 2 immortal, and a 9 tribulation loose immortal was equivalent to a level 3 immortal. Level 5 immortals were already beyond the range of loose immortals. In the small immortal realm, they were indeed invincible. After all, there were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. In that case, the strength of the Immortal Destiny sect was beyond their imagination. Chapter 1661. After speaking, the youth left. He was going to the outside world to split the sky-piercing treasure map into 9 pieces and wait for the next batch of fated people. Because of the youth's words, the 2 sides did not dare to leave, let alone attack. The Life Saints sect had 20 people. They could have carried 25 people, but because it was safe, only 20 came. They did not expect to have such an opportunity. What a loss. However, this was a big secret for Yi Xian, so they did not dare to let him out. They would wait until everyone joined the Immortal Destiny sect. However, there was no news of the youth after he left. Yi Xian's group of 32 people stayed on the mountain peak for 3 days. On the 4th day, a strange thing suddenly appeared in the sky. "Look over there." A loose immortal from the Buddhist sect's holy land reminded. Everyone turned their heads in unison and discovered that a large object was moving towards them. What the hell was that? Everyone's hearts sank because it was their first time seeing such a thing. However, Yi Xian was a little shocked when he saw it. Why did this thing look a little like a warship? Before they could react, 3 people suddenly jumped out of the warship, took out their weapons, and attacked them. They did not come with good intentions. Everyone subconsciously thought of this point and immediately raised 120% of their spirit. Because the newcomers were actually 3-4 tribulation loose immortals. "What are you doing?" Daoist Ling Xiao shouted. "Didn't you see the pattern on our flying boat? We are the Exploding Flame Bandits, a group of hotheads." The leader, a middle-aged man, coldly snorted and said, "If you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured, lest we attack. Our Exploding Flame Bandits has just been established. We are recruiting people, and those who join will be spared from death," someone on the side reminded. Flying boat, bandits. Everyone gulped. Their luck was really bad, encountering such a thing as soon as they entered. "You 3, we are waiting for a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect," the Buddhist Supreme suddenly said. Immortal Destiny sect. When the 3 heard this, they could not help but look at each other, then burst out laughing at the same time. Immortal Destiny sect, are you kidding me? How could trash like you know a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect? The middle-aged man in the lead snorted coldly and said, "Looks like you don't know how to appreciate favors. Second brother, third brother, attack." As soon as they finished speaking, the 3-4 tribulation loose celestials rushed toward each other. "Not good, let's go." Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that the other party would not believe that they were related to the Immortal Destiny sect. This was going to be troublesome. Even though they have several third tribulation loose immortals on their side, the enemy is 3/4 tribulation loose immortals. They cannot be underestimated. Yi Xian scanned the airship with his eye of revelation and discovered that there were a large number of itinerant immortals in the airship. Oh no, there are at least 10 fourth tribulation loose immortals and 5th tribulation loose immortals in that flying boat. Yi Xian could not help but shout. Hearing this, everyone trembled violently. 10 fourth rank loose immortals and 5 tribulation loose immortals, how were they supposed to fight? The Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor looked at each other and made a decision. We're in. I'm in too. The two of them shouted in unison. However, Butsang, who was nearby, quickly turned around and left. He was so fast that even the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals were stunned. Very good, it's time for you to make a contribution. The middle-aged man in the lead grinned. The people from the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor immediately rushed toward Yi Xian and the others. Damn it! Daoist Ling Xiao and the others' expressions changed drastically. It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. However, they had a plan, which was to temporarily join the exploding flame bandits. We're in too. They had no choice but to shout in unison. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to join them. I, Yi Xian, don't like to leave my life in the hands of others. Farewell. Yi Xian shouted angrily. Then, he used the Eye of the Void and entered the portal. In the small celestial realm, the Eye of the Void was useless. However, the Eye of the Void was at the celestial level, so it was much more useful than the Eye of the Void. Swoosh! The portal closed, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. To be able to leave the small celestial realm, this kid is quite capable. Where did he go? Asked the middle-aged man in the lead. My lord, we don't know. We're not familiar with him. We just ran into him on the way, Daoist Ling Xiao immediately said. This was what Yi Xian had asked him to say before he left. He wanted the Life Emperor and the Supreme Buddha Emperor to sever all ties with him. If it was just a 4 tribulation loose immortal, then Yi Xian would be able to fight. However, after using the Eye of Insight to observe for a moment, he discovered that not only was there a 5 tribulation loose immortal overseeing the flying ship, this flying ship was also not so easy to deal with. There was a powerful weapon on the airship. If the exploding flame bandits wanted to kill them, they could just activate the weapon and blast them to smithereens. Therefore, Yi Xian could only leave. He had already returned to the entrance of the small celestial realm. Although this place was very close to the scene of the incident, at least he would not be discovered by those people. Damn it, something like this happened as soon as we entered. Let's retreat. Wei Zhentian, wait here for that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and left in the opposite direction. What he feared the most was that the Death Emperor and the Underworld Emperor would reveal everything about him. He just didn't know when that Immortal Destiny sect disciple would return. A year was nothing to a 1,000-year-old monster like him. Yi Xian was afraid that the Immortal Destiny sect disciple would only return after a month or two. Fortunately, Yi Xian had left a death warrant on Ren Xiong and Daoist Ling Xiao. As for the other 3, they were on the Death Emperor, the Underworld Emperor, and Butsang. That Butsang is quite capable. He actually managed to escape. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh when he sensed that the target of the death warrant was getting farther and farther away. As for the others, they were probably caught and thrown into the airship and left at an extremely fast speed. That airship is really too tough. Even if all of us attacked together, it would be difficult to break a hole in it, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, Wayward suddenly asked in the planted space, Yi Xian, what happened? After entering the small celestial realm, we encountered a group of bandits. Your father, grandfather, and the others were caught and became bandits. Yi Xian said helplessly. Damn, so unlucky. Wayward couldn't help but curse. Then what should we do? I'll follow and take a look, Yi Xian said. However, that airship was probably 10 times faster than him. It wouldn't be that easy to follow. Chapter 1662. It's been there for half a day. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered the location and continued to chase after it. He was following the death hunt command, but at this time, the flying ship had been in the same position for more than half a day and had not moved. He did not know what it was doing. However, it took Yi Xian more than 2 days to get there. He was very close to the targets of the death hunt command. So it's Bandit Mountain. The airship is still there. Yi Xian scanned the Bandit Mountain with his eye of revelation. He found that most of the people there were bodiless immortals. Some of them were even undergoing tribulation. However, the Buddhist Supreme, Taoist Ling Shao, and the others were controlled together. As for the people on the side of the Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor, they were successfully integrated into the bandit group. Birds of a feather flock together. The exploding flame bandits have just been established. There's a 5th tribulation bodiless immortal in the airship and another in the Bandit Mountain. There are 24th tribulation bodiless immortals and close to 103rd tribulation bodiless immortals, Yi Xian thought to himself. An ordinary person would have been scared to death. However, this was an opportunity for Yi Xian. He was only an early 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal. Other than Luo Luo, who was a peak 3rd tribulation bodiless immortal, the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were about the same. Therefore, if he could rob the exploding flame bandits, he would definitely be able to break through. However, the airship had not left yet. The exploding flame bandits were too powerful. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to wait. After waiting here for half a day, the flying ship finally moved. The exploding flame bandits took turns to patrol. They would capture anyone they saw and kill anyone who did not agree to join them. This time, those who stayed in the Bandit Mountain were the ones that Yi Xian had met before. However, the Emperor of Death and the others had left in the airship. This would make things easier for Yi Xian. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, let's go. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. An hour after the flying boat left, he finally made his move. There were many bandits on this Bandit Mountain, so Yi Xian used a controlling method. Using the Eye of the Soul, he could control at least 50 rogue immortals of the same level. At the same level, he was at the early stage of the 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. As for Luo Luo, because she was reborn as a demon, she no longer knew how to charm people. The reason why Yi Xian didn't use his Eye of Soul earlier was because he couldn't control the 3/4 tribulation loose immortals when they came out of the flying boat. The difference between a 3 tribulation loose immortal and a 4 tribulation loose immortal was not 1 stage, but 3. The Old Tree was the fastest. He took the lead and rushed in. Along the way, he dealt with a few 1st and 2nd tribulation loose immortals. I'm afraid this battle won't be that easy. I might as well use that devouring point. With that in mind, Yi Xian added the devouring points he had obtained to the Immortal Slaying Bloodline's Mark of Slaughter. However, the effect of this devouring point was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. The Mark of Slaughter, which could be used 3 times a day, couldn't be used consecutively. In other words, he couldn't use the Immortal Slaying Breath Strike 3 times at once. However, he could use it after leveling up once. Ha, come on. Yi Xian raised his brows and directly used the slaughter seal. Moreover, he used it 3 times in a row. 2 marks of slaughter could summon an immortal slaying puppet. Come out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a sage-like old man appeared beside him. This old man carried a long sword on his back. An immortal slaying puppet. This immortal slaying puppet was 1 stage higher than Yi Xian. It was a mid-stage third tribulation loose immortal and had leveled up once because of the mark of slaughter. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the immortal slaying puppet. The immortal slaying puppet instantly shot out at a speed no slower than the old tree. After consuming 2 marks of slaughter, the immortal slaying puppet's strength was not to be underestimated. It was no weaker than the old tree. In an instant, there were countless corpses at the foot of Bandit Mountain. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, the immortal slaying puppet, and the peak third tribulation loose immortal Luo all charged in. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian still had a mark of slaughter on him. As long as he killed, he could form another mark of slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, the second mark of slaughter was formed. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could summon another immortal slaying puppet. However, Yi Xian kept the 2 marks of slaughter. If he could form 3 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying breath slash. If he could form 4 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slashing arrow. If he was lucky enough to get 5 marks of slaughter, he could use the immortal slaying sword formation. There were many people in Bandit Mountain. There were at least 500 of them. If he killed all of them, he could get at least 4 marks of slaughter. However, it was not easy. A strong enemy is coming. Then, all the 4th tribulation loose immortals moved out. After all, no one below the 4th tribulation loose immortal realm could withstand Luo's punch. At this time, Yi Xian had already controlled many bandits and was ready to kill a few 4th tribulation loose immortals. It's you. At this time, a familiar voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw the 3 4th tribulation loose immortals. Good, let's get rid of them first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gave the order. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian all moved out and used their trump cards. Luo transformed into the heavenly loathing fox. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Sword Blade Storm. Undying Fighting Soul. Heavenly Flame Right. Under all kinds of big moves, the 3 of them had to resist with all their strength. Unfortunately, Old Tree and the others could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, the 3 of them were killed. The 3 of them were only early 4th tribulation loose immortals. There was not much difference in their cultivation levels. After the 3 of them died, they gave Yi Xian a lot of killing intent. In addition to the immortal slaying puppets and the people controlled by Yi Xian condensed the 3rd slaughter mark. At this time, Yi Xian could choose to increase his combat strength by 3 times or use the immortal slaying breath strike. However, there was still a 5th tribulation loose immortal in Bandit Mountain. Therefore, he felt that he should wait. After all, as long as the system determined that he was in a battle, the slaughter mark would not disappear. Chapter 1663. Who is being impudent? Finally, an aged voice drowned out all the sounds of battle and entered Yi Xian's ears. The main character had finally appeared. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a burly man flying out of Bandit Mountain. This aura was indeed that of a 5th tribulation scattered immortal. This person was none other than the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial that Yi Xian had seen in the swift boat earlier. However, Yi Xian had already obtained a large number of interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the middle stage of the 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Embers of Thunder Fire made a breakthrough. He is now at the middle stage of 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Jintian has made a breakthrough and is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He is now a middle stage 3 tribulation scattered celestial. A series of system notifications rang out. The strength of Yi Xian and the others immediately soared. Because of the difference in their realms, Yi Xian couldn't figure out the strength of this burly man. Was he an early 5th tribulation loose immortal or a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal? If it was an early stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he would be able to deal with it. However, if it was a peak stage 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, the gap between them would be huge. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Jintian, you guys deal with him. Yi Xian immediately said. These 3 people could be resurrected indefinitely, so Yi Xian was very assured. As for the immortal slaying puppet and Luo Luo, as well as the bandits controlled by Yi Xian, they continued to reap the lives of others. Luo Luo, who had transformed into her true form as a sky-loathed fox, was extremely powerful. Although she was only a peak 3rd tribulation scattered immortal, she could manipulate the surrounding heaven and earth elemental chi to strengthen her attacks. Heavenly Flame Right. One fireball after another smashes down from the sky. This power is enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th tribulation loose immortal. You actually dare to cause trouble for my exploding flame bandits. You're courting death. The brawny man was also enraged and attacked with all his might. However, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone Old Tree and the other 2. 9 Dragon Thunder Chain. Blade Storm. Even though Yi Xian doesn't think this kind of attack can kill this 5th tribulation loose immortal, but it can at least stall for some time before leaving. At this moment, Yi Xian was approaching Daoist Ling Xiao. Eye of Assassination. After reaching a certain distance, Yi Xian arrived in front of Daoist Ling Xiao in a flash. Yi Xian. Daoist Ling Xiao and the others were very surprised. They had been tricked by the Death Emperor, so they were controlled by the bandits. Let's not talk about that for now. Come in first. Without another word, Yi Xian directly put Daoist Ling Xiao, Supreme Buddha, Ren Ziyuan, and the others into the planting space. Then, he broke through the void and came to Luoluo's side. At this moment, Bandit Mountain was already littered with corpses. No, there were countless walking corpses. Ghost Dome Grand Emperor, a middle stage 3rd tribulation loose immortal, directly revived those who were weaker than him and joined the battle. From the beginning, they had the upper hand. And when Yi Xian went to rescue her, Luo Luo actually killed a 4th tribulation middle stage expert by herself. That was too terrifying. After all, she was fighting 1 against 3. It's about time. Just a little more and it will be enough. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he joined Luoluo's battle. If Yi Xian wanted to, he could increase his combat power by 3 times at any time. But what he wanted was 4 slaughter seals. Soon, the bandits in Bandit Mountain either ran away or were killed and turned into Ghost Dome Grand Emperor's battle corpses. Then, Yi Xian and the others' cultivation level increased again, reaching the peak of 3rd tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, there were not many enemies left in Bandit Mountain. As for the 5th tribulation loose immortal, he was also held back by Old Tree and the others. He could not be killed, nor could he escape. It was too miserable. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. At this moment, a system notification sounded suddenly. Finally, there were 4 slaughter seals. I don't care if you're a 5th tribulation loose immortal at the early stage or peak stage. Die! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly used 4 slaughter seals to condense a celestial eliminating arrow. The target of the celestial eliminating arrow was the target of the death hunting order, which was the burly man. Whoosh! In an instant, the celestial eliminating arrow pierced through the air. Its speed was so fast that the burly man was shocked. Oh no! The burly man's expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. However, this celestial eliminating arrow was no small matter. It was a tracking arrow, and this time, Yi Xian was aiming at the burly man's head. If it did not hit the target, the celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear. In addition, the celestial eliminating arrow was condensed by Yi Xian after his breakthrough. Its power was not that simple. Whoosh! The celestial eliminating arrow was very fast, but the first time, it pierced the burly man's afterimage. Originally, the burly man could not do anything to Old Tree and the others. Now, with the addition of the celestial eliminating arrow, it was even more difficult. Not only that, but the immortal slaying puppet, Luo Luo, and dozens of experts also came to help. At this moment, the burly man was like a turtle in a jar. Even if he had wings, he could not escape. Damn it, if the flying boat was here, I would kill you with one blow. The burly man cursed angrily in his heart. This explosive flame bandits was built by him single-handedly. The flying boat was also built by him personally. It was a pseudo-immortal artifact with extremely strong attack power. It was a pity that the flying boat had gone out to travel. Soon, the burly man became very passive under the besiegement of the crowd. At this moment, the celestial eliminating arrow suddenly whistled over. In desperation, the burly man could only raise his hand to block. Poof! The celestial eliminating arrow easily pierced through the burly man's arm and then into his head. Fortunately, the burly man's physique was relatively strong. The celestial eliminating arrow only pierced less than half a finger into his head. The celestial eliminating arrow would not disappear until it hit the target. Because the burly man's physique was strong, this blow did not kill the burly man. However, Yi Xian's lips slightly curled up. Celestial eliminating arrow, explode. Bang! This celestial eliminating arrow that almost killed the burly man suddenly exploded. This was the effect of the slaughter seal's advancement. Although the power was not strong, it still made the burly man dizzy. This also bought time for the others. Immortal Slaying Sword Technique. 9 Dragons Thunder Flash. Sword Blade Storm. Sky Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. Soul Hooking Claw. Void Flame Sword Wave. The attacks of the Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, the Immortal Slaying Puppet, and Yi Xian all landed on the burly man. In an instant, the burly man was directly killed. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed over and took the burly man's interspatial ring. Yi Xian did not know the identity of the burly man, but as one of the 2-5 tribulation bodiless celestials of the explosive flame bandits, he must be very rich. If these things were given to Yi Xian just now, it would be enough for him to break through twice. However, Yi Xian was currently at the peak of the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, so it was not enough for him to shorten the time to break through to 0. He still had about 50 years. Chapter 1664. Now that I'm in the lesser immortal realm, I don't have the sacred leader token and can't merge with my clone. It won't be that easy to increase my chances of passing the tribulation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and exchanged for some supreme-grade glass, cultivating his vitreous treasure body to the 9th stage. His chances of passing the tribulation had reached 90%. He estimated that as long as he could devour as much as he could, he would have a 100% chance of passing the tribulation. Now that the burly man was dead, Yi Xian had taken over the entire Banded Mountain. As for the 50 itinerant immortals, Yi Xian had thrown them all into the plant dimension. The plant dimension was his domain. Even if a 5th tribulation cultivator entered, Yi Xian could kill them with a thought. As long as I kill everyone in that airship, I'll be able to pass the tribulation. Yi Xian thought to himself. Luo had been stuck at peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal for a long time. As long as Yi Xian broke through, she could continue cultivating. Yi Xian immediately rushed toward the airship. On the flying boat, there was also the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor. These two people had been ordered by Yi Xian to die. However, the airship was very fast. Even Yi Xian, who had broken through to peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal, couldn't move as fast as a fifth of it. Fortunately, Yi Xian had obtained the airship's route from the burly man's interspatial ring after he'd slaughtered the exploding flame bandits. Thus, he simply circled to the front of the airship and waited quietly. As expected, the airship rapidly approached Yi Xian a day later. "Alright, come out the bait." Yi Xian released a portion of the 50 people he controlled and changed his appearance to blend into the crowd. Then, he watched helplessly as the flying boat approached. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The airship tore through the air and stopped in front of the group of people. Gotcha! The cabin door of the flying boat suddenly opened, and several people came out from inside. The one in the lead was an old man. "Why are you here? What are you doing here?" The old man clearly recognized the people controlled by Yi Xian and asked curiously. "My lord, this is bad. Our territory has been taken over by a powerhouse. Our leader has fallen." A peak 3 tribulation itinerant immortal replied. "What? Our leader has fallen?" The old man was shocked and hurriedly said, "You, come in." He didn't hesitate and led Yi Xian and the others into the airship. Yi Xian had fallen into the tiger's den. Inside the airship, the Death Emperor and the Netherworld Great Emperor were already on good terms with the group of bandits. This time, they had made a lot of contributions. However, as soon as Yi Xian entered the airship, he immediately activated Eye of Soul as Soul. Control successful control. Success control a few system notifications sounded out in succession. The Emperor of Death and the Netherworld Emperor were directly controlled by Yi Xian. The hatred in their hearts instantly vanished. What happened? Yes. Second leader, this is bad. Something has happened to our home, the old man said anxiously. What happened? The second leader asked in surprise. Then, the representative controlled by Yi Xian immediately described the situation. Of course, this was a made-up story. A mysterious powerhouse killed our big brother after dozens of rounds of battle. The second leader's eyes flashed. His big brother was a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, one realm higher than him. However, such a powerhouse was killed within 100 rounds of battle. His opponent was at least a mid-stage 5 tribulation itinerant immortal, or even a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, he was the one controlling the airship now. If he drove it back, he could seriously injure a peak 5 tribulation itinerant immortal with his full strength. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The second leader was furious. He immediately drove the airship back to his home at full speed. During this time, Yi Xian used the Eye of Control to control more than 20 people. Although he only had 50 people, more than 20 people were trapped in the planting space, so he could continue to control them. Now, these 50 people were all on the airship, and 15 of them were 3rd tribulation itinerant immortals. In addition, the explosive flame bandits had 7 4th tribulation itinerant immortals and the second leader, a 5th tribulation itinerant immortal. Now that the slaughter seal has leveled up, I can use it 3 times in a row, which allows me to use the immortal slaying breath strike instantly. However, it's better to use the slaughter mode directly to increase my strength by 3 times, and then use the unicorn descent to trample him to death. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the power of the unicorn descent after its strength was increased by 3 times was too strong. He was afraid that it would damage the airship. It seemed that he had to play some tricks. The airship had not flown for long when it suddenly made a cracking sound, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look and found that the cabin door of the airship was suddenly opened. Then, someone directly attacked and killed the bandits around. What's going on? Everyone was very puzzled, but before they could react, these murderers had already rushed out. ****, catch them. Immediately, some fourth tribulation itinerant immortals chased after them, but what awaited them were the old tree, the ghost dome great emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Every fourth tribulation itinerant immortal was killed. At the same time, many people rushed out, and the entire airship was suddenly empty. When the second leader who was driving the airship heard the commotion, he could not help but stop and rush out. There was a restriction on the airship, and only he and the first leader knew how to collect it. However, the moment he left the airship suddenly disappeared. What? The second leader was shocked. Before he could react, he was greeted by the unicorn descent. Before that, Yi Xian had used the slaughter seal 3 times and used it all to increase his strength. 3 times. The unicorn descent. Boom! With just one kick, the second leader was seriously injured by the unicorn descent. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. At this time, the unicorn descent's second kick landed. Bam! The second kick landed on the second leader and killed him directly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian launched the third unicorn descent. This time, the target was 2 fourth tribulation itinerant immortals standing together. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. In an instant, there were only 5 experts left in the explosive flame bandits. Soon, under the siege of Yi Xian and the others, they were all killed. This time, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, and most importantly, the airship. However, the airship was not important for the time being. There were more important things to do next. Ding! The host's success rate is 100%. Do you want to undergo the tribulation? Chapter 1665. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Luo Luo also flew far away and underwent tribulation at the same time. 4 consecutive crossings. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has passed the 3rd tribulation of itinerant celestial. The host is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation itinerant celestial. Ding! Luo Luo has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial tribulation. She is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has passed the 3rd tribulation of scattered immortal tribulation. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered immortal tribulation. Ding! Ghost Dome Grand Emperor has passed the 3rd tribulation of the scattered celestial realm. He is currently at the early stage of the 4th tribulation scattered celestial realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early stage 4 tribulation scattered celestial. In addition, the unicorn descent that he had just used had also been restored after devouring so many corpses. The bandits controlled by Yi Xian were all dumbfounded. Even if they were released now, they probably wouldn't dare to betray Yi Xian. When he was a peak 3 tribulation loose celestial, he had already killed a 5 tribulation loose celestial. Now that he had broken through to a 4 tribulation loose celestial, his strength had improved qualitatively. Then, Yi Xian took out the flying ship and went in to check. The energy source of the flying boat was rather complicated. It was just throwing natural treasures into the incinerator. At this moment, the energy in the flying boat was estimated to be enough for the flying boat to launch 3 full-powered attacks. However, he did not know how powerful the flying boat was. Now that he had saved the person and dealt with the exploding flame bandits, all that was left was to wait for the Immortal Destiny sect disciple to return. The speed of the flying boat was very fast. In less than half a day, they arrived at the entrance of the outside world, but the door was still closed. Previously, when I summoned Wei Jintian to battle, I wonder if that Immortal Destiny sect disciple has returned or is wandering around the outside world. Yi Xian felt a bit of a headache, so he sent his second clone to roam around the various sacred grounds to see if he could find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. With his current strength as a 4th Tribulation bodiless celestial, even a peak 3rd Tribulation bodiless celestial would not be a match for him. Simply put, the 4 great holy lands in the outside world were all under his control. He was the master of the outside world. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find that Immortal Destiny sect disciple. It seemed that the other party had returned while he was fighting with the exploding flame bandits. When he saw them leave, he also left. My luck is really bad. It wasn't easy to find the Heaven-span treasure map. I thought it would lead to the immortal world, but it turned out to be a small immortal world. Originally, I could have joined the most powerful Immortal Destiny sect, but I encountered bandits. Although I managed to escape, I also lost my chance. Willful said helplessly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our luck is indeed bad, but that doesn't mean we don't have a chance. As long as we can get to the Immortal Destiny sect, we might still be able to join, Yi Xian said. That's right, but we still don't know the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. Daoist Ling Xiao said. There's no need to rush. Seniors, you can cultivate in my space for now. You can also go back and take a look at any time. I'll be in charge of the journey, Yi Xian said. Thank you. Daoist Ling Xiao nodded slightly. Currently, Yi Xian's realm was the highest among them, and his strength was also the strongest. Coupled with the fact that they had the airship to travel, it wouldn't take long. However, before that, those itinerant immortals who had been suppressed for countless years also began to undergo tribulation. In the outside world, they were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, so they couldn't undergo tribulation. However, in this small immortal world, it was possible. Immediately, Daoist Ling Xiao, the Buddhist Supreme, Ren Ziyuan, and the other itinerant immortals began to undergo tribulation. Although they didn't have the Holy Leader token, their strength was also extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem for them to undergo the itinerant immortal tribulations. As for the Death Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the others, they had already been killed by Yi Xian, so the threat was resolved. Next, he would go to the city to find out the location of the Immortal Destiny sect. It would be best if there was a teleportation formation. Previously, he had annihilated an entire bandit group, so he naturally had a map of this area. At this time, the closest place to them was a place called Wildfire City. Immediately, Yi Xian steered the airship and rushed toward Wildfire City. The airship was very fast and could save a lot of time. However, at the same time, it was too big of a target. On the second night of Yi Xian's journey to Burning Field City, he actually encountered another flying boat. How dare you intercept me? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned the airship with his eye of revelation. He discovered that there were more than 100 people in the airship. At the same time, there were 3 5th Tribulation itinerant immortals. However, they were only early 5th Tribulation itinerant immortals. Sir! At this time, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the airship. It was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian also formed an illusory figure. However, he did not reveal his true appearance. What's the matter? Yi Xian asked. Who are you? The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked in surprise. Who are you? Yi Xian asked in return. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face asked, isn't this airship from the explosive flame bandits? Those who can control this airship are either the first leader or the second leader. Who are you? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He did not expect the middle-aged man with a scar to know the two leaders of the explosive flame bandits. He subconsciously looked around and discovered that the other party was also from a bandit group. I'm the third leader of the explosive flame bandits, Yi Qian. Why are you looking for my two brothers? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. I see. The middle-aged man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes. He could not help but smile. Rumor has it that the airship of the explosive flame bandits has amazing offensive power. It's a rare offensive airship. If we can seize it, our strength will increase greatly. He thought for a moment and was just about to speak when he saw a huge fireball flying towards their flying boat. Yi Xian had launched an attack. What? The middle-aged man with a scar was shocked. Before he could react, the huge fireball had already landed on his airship. He did not expect Yi Xian to take the initiative to attack. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Since it's a bandit group, let's seize it. In the airship, Yi Xian grinned. This was the first time he launched an attack. Although it cost him a lot of energy, this attack was undeniably powerful. Boom! The huge fireball smashed into the airship the middle-aged man with a scar was on, directly smashing a huge hole in it. It was so powerful. What? My airship is a defensive airship. The other party actually broke through its defense with one blow. How is this possible? The middle-aged man with a scar realized that the situation was not good. The airship was his second home. There were various defensive formations on it. Even if it was an airship that was a grade higher than his, it would not be able to break through in one blow. However, the airship of the explosive flame bandits did it. Chapter 1666. Let's try again. Yi Xian activated the explosive flame flying ship again. The bow of the ship bloomed like a flower petal, and then a second huge fireball blasted out. There were 3 layers of attack formations in this flying ship, 2 more than the enemy. It was almost invincible among those of the same level. Damn it, they want to fight to the death. In that case, let's do it. The scar-faced middle-aged man's face was gloomy, and he also launched an attack. At the same time, the experts in the flying ship rushed out crazily and attacked Yi Xian's flying ship. Boom! Boom! The 2 flying shuttles exchanged attacks. This time, the scar-faced middle-aged man's flying ship was directly damaged, while Yi Xian's flying ship was not seriously damaged. When the experts saw this, they immediately attacked the gap in the flying ship, but without exception, they could not break through the defense. How is this possible? Our combined attack can't break through the defense. This is clearly an attack-type flying ship. How can it have such a strong defense? Was it made by a famous expert? Run, the flying ship is aiming at us. Before they could react, the third huge fireball blasted out. Even the defensive flying ship of the scar-faced middle-aged man could not resist this fireball attack, let alone the 3 and 4 tribulation itinerant immortals. In an instant, this attack killed nearly 100 itinerant immortals. It was terrifying. Big brother, run. This flying ship is too strange. We are no match for it. Where there is life, there is hope. The other 2 5 tribulation itinerant immortals were persuading the scar-faced middle-aged man. When the scar-faced middle-aged man saw his flying ship, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But when he thought of the enemy's flying ship's powerful attack and defense, he could only turn around. Tisk, it's too late to run now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He poured out a large amount of heavenly treasures and let the flying ship burn. In an instant, he replenished the energy for 2 attacks. At the same time, the three from Old Tree had already moved out to stall the other three. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly attacked. A huge fireball smashed toward the six from Old Tree. What? Do you want to perish together? The scarred middle-aged man was shocked. While the six of them were fighting, the flaming flying ship launched an attack. Was it trying to kill its own people? However, how would they know that the Old Tree trio had always been a suicide squad? They had already died countless times, so this was nothing. Boom! The huge fireball engulfed the six of them. Ding! Ashen Thunderfire has died. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has died. Ding! Wei Jintian has died. 6 system notifications rang out consecutively. The 3 players from the Old Tree had died and revived beside Yi Xian. At the same time, just as the fireball was about to hit him, Yi Xian had already formed the Eye of Nature and enveloped his opponent's interspatial ring. On the other side, the bandits who were still alive immediately dispersed. Kill without mercy. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At that moment, Old Tree and the other 2 rushed out again and finished off all the bandits. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this battle. Although he had wasted a lot of heaven and earth treasures, he had gained more heaven and earth treasures and tested the attack power of the flaming flying ship. In one word, it was strong. However, at this moment, ding! The flaming flying ship is damaged. The damage is 3%. Does the host want to repair it? Yes. Then, another system notification rang out. Ding! The flaming flying ship is repaired. The host has activated the flying ship system. Hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He actually activated a new system. He immediately checked the flying ship system. The flaming flying ship was a false immortal level 5 flying ship in the flying ship system. It was level 5 in terms of attack power, defense power, and mobility. However, Yi Xian had just gotten the flaming flying ship and did not know much about the flying ship, so he did not know how high level 5 was. The flying ship system could use ores to upgrade the flying ship's level. Not only that, but it could also use ores as energy. In the future, there would be no need for heaven and earth treasures. It was more economical. Not only that, but Yi Xian also had the ability to control the flying ship remotely. There would be no need for someone to control it from inside. Ores again. I'm in need of them, Yi Xian sighed. If he had ores, he could strengthen the flaming flying ship. Young master, there's someone. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said. Yi Xian withdrew his mind and turned his head to look. He saw a figure looking at them from afar. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was indeed a little difficult for him to deal with an expert of this level. However, Old Tree and the others had already packed up the items and sent them to the flying ship. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! Wei Jintian has broken through. The host is now a middle stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. He's currently a mid-stage 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After his cultivation level increased, Yi Xian was more confident. After all, he still had many trump cards. Oh right, the flying ship that was shot down is also a considerable amount of income. It can be used to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately asked Old Tree to collect the items. At the same time, he condensed an illusory figure and said, Your Excellency, why are you stopping here? The young-looking sixth tribulation bodiless celestial in front glanced at the flying ship and thought to himself, this is an all-around flying ship made by a master of the treasure heaven pavilion. An all-around flying ship was very rare. It included attack, defense, and speed. He glanced at Old Tree, who went to collect the wreckage of the flying ship, and said, Your Excellency, are you willing to buy this flying ship? You want to buy the flaming flying ship? Hearing this, Yi Xian paused for a moment and then replied directly, Sorry, no. What a joke. This flying ship's combat power was very strong. It was several times stronger than the one that was destroyed. Now that he had activated the flying ship system, what should he use? It just so happened that Old Tree had already brought back the wreckage of the flying ship just now. Ding! The wreckage of the flying ship can increase one attribute of the flaming flying ship. The host can choose to upgrade attack, defense, and speed. Upgrade attack. Yi Xian answered without thinking. Defense was useless because he could use it to repair himself. Speed was used for traveling. It was not very useful in battle, so he could only use attack. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack has been successfully upgraded. Now, the flaming flying ship's attack power had been upgraded to level 6, and its defense and speed were both level 5. Your Excellency, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. The young man said. Oh, then tell me. Chapter 1667. However, after the young man finished speaking, Yi Xian's face darkened. Although the price was not bad, it was only enough to buy the flying boat that he had just shot down. What kind of joke was this? Since you don't want to buy it, then forget it. Yi Xian snorted and was about to leave. Wait. The young man suddenly stopped Yi Xian and said, I'm flattering you by paying for your flying boat. Don't be so shameless. Oh, I don't want your respect. What can you do to me? Yi Xian's voice came from the flying boat. Hearing this, the young man's face changed and he immediately drew his long sword. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the flying boat. Why don't you try? You're courting death. The young man was furious and attacked directly. Whoosh! A beam of cyan swordlight pierced through the air and directly slashed at the blood flame flying ship. However, what was surprising was that his attack only left a small mark on the flying boat. How was it possible that the attack of a sixth tribulation scattered immortal could not break the flying boat's defense? I don't believe it. The young man's eyes widened. This time, he attacked with all his strength. Clear sky white sun slash. Whoosh! The attack this time was at least 5 times stronger than before. However, this attack power was not much stronger than the attack of the middle-aged man with the flying boat just now. Bang! When the sword light dissipated, the blood flame flying ship was only slightly damaged. The degree of damage was less than 3%. A sixth tribulation scattered immortal is not that strong. In the flying boat, Yi Xian sneered. However, he would not let the young man continue to attack. After all, the super-devouring crystal was needed to repair the flying boat. Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. The moment the young man attacked, he had already sentenced the young man to death. How dare he set his eyes on him? So what if he was a sixth tribulation scattered immortal? After Old Tree and the other two received the order, they immediately attacked with all their strength. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Strike. Heaven Shattering Flowing Rock Slash. In addition, there was also Yi Xian's Immortal Slaying Puppet. It was using the Immortal Slaying Sword technique to attack the young man. Their attacks were not weak, which made the young man a little dumbfounded. It's really rare for a few fourth tribulation loose immortals to have such offensive power. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. Although these attacks were strong, his realm was still there. It was not so easy to hurt him. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, but the young man actually managed to block all of the attacks. However, the best part was yet to come. Explosive flame attack. The young man suddenly felt a scorching heat. He immediately turned his head and saw a huge fireball smashing towards him. The offensive ability of the exploding flame flying ship had been improved. It was now one level stronger than before. The young man clearly hadn't expected this, but he didn't have the ability to avoid it, so he could only block it. However, the attack this time was so powerful that even Old Tree and the others who had broken through were turned into ashes. Old Tree and the other two shared Yi Xian's auxiliary bloodline and had the fire resistance of the immortal Phoenix bloodline. Even so, they were burned to death. It was obvious how powerful the exploding flame flying ship was. Even so, the young man still managed to block it. However, at this time, not only were his clothes destroyed, even his skin was burnt. At least 80% of his skin was burnt. An ordinary 6th tribulation loose immortal would have died from this attack, but he managed to survive it. However, he was already at the end of his strength. Only now did he realize that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Immediately, his expression changed, and he turned to leave. Haha, run. Can you outrun the flying ship? Yi Xian grinned, then controlled the flying ship and swept in front of the young man. As the exploding flame flying ship's level increased, it consumed more energy. Yi Xian estimated that he could only fire 2 more shots. After that, the exploding flame flying ship could only fly. However, 2 shots were enough to kill the young man. You're so cruel. You even killed your own people. The young man's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily. However, in the next moment, his body trembled. Who said they're dead? Suddenly, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jintian appeared in front of him. At this time, a word flashed in his mind. Unscathed. How is this possible? The young man was shocked. Before he could finish his sentence, Old Tree and the other 2 continued to attack. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. Grip of the Underworld. Exploding Flame Attack. 2 powerful control skills restrained the severely injured young man, and he once again took the exploding flame flying ship's attack head-on. This time, he couldn't block it and died instantly. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, and Yi Xian received a large amount of killing intent. A 6th tribulation scattered celestial must have a lot of wealth. Yi Xian immediately took the young man's interspatial ring personally. Not bad. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he devoured the items. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! The Embers of Thunder Fire has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Wei Jintian has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has made a breakthrough. The host is now a peak 4 tribulation scattered celestial. Yi Xian devoured all the items inside and left some for Luo Luo, who was cultivating in the planting space. As for the rest, he used it to strengthen the flying ship. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's speed level has increased. When the 2 system notifications sounded, Yi Xian glanced at the flying ship system and found that the flying ship's level had also increased. Its attack, defense, speed, and level had all increased. This flying ship alone could probably defeat an ordinary 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Awesome! This time, he also made a lot of money. First, he got rid of a bandit group, and then a 6 tribulation scattered celestial came to die. Next, he would go to Wildfire City to find out about the overlord of the small celestial realm, the Immortal Fate sect. Along the way, he encountered many flying ships, but their levels were not high. Even he could easily destroy a level 3 or level 4 flying ship. However, he didn't know who the people on the flying ships were, so he didn't kill the innocent, unless someone came to provoke him. 2 days later, he finally arrived at Wildfire City. This small celestial realm was different from other places. There was actually a stop for flying ships. Although the exploding flame flying ship looked simple, it was very fast. It was obviously not a simple ship. Chapter 1668. This flying boat is at least grade 5. The owner is only a peak 4 tribulation bodiless immortal. He must have a powerful background. That's right. Even a 6 tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to own a flying boat like this. There's a symbol on the flying boat. Is it a bandit group? Looks like this kid got the flying boat from a bandit group. He's pretty lucky. The people around them discussed among themselves. However, there were some who were more observant. Their eyes lit up when they saw the structure next to the flying boat. The wings of this flying boat are identical to the model of Grandmaster Tian Bao in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Is this flying boat made by Grandmaster Tian Bao? An old man's eyes lit up. Even if the flying boat made by Grandmaster Tian Bao was not of a high grade, many experts would fight to buy it for their collection. In other words, this flying boat was priceless. However, Yi Xian did not know this. He had already put away the flying boat. Then, he led Willful and the others into Wildfire City to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. This was their first time entering a city in the small celestial realm, so they wanted to visit. Yi Xian also wanted to buy another flying boat as a gift. Wildfire City was not a powerful city. The city lord was only a peak 6 tribulation bodiless immortal, so his strength was not bad. There was no hurry to inquire about the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian took Willful and the others to have a taste of the food in the small immortal realm. According to the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect, when the 3 immortals descended to the mortal world, they first selected a group of people from the various sacred lands before establishing the small immortal realm. Therefore, the residents in the small immortal realm were actually from the outside world. Damn! A 4 tribulation bodiless immortal beast was sliced and cooked. Willful and the others exclaimed in surprise in a restaurant in Wildfire City. When the people around them heard this, they could not help but look at them with disdain as if they were looking at a country bumpkin. However, with Yi Xian's cultivation base, they did not dare to say anything. However, when they were halfway through their meal, a 5 tribulation bodiless immortal suddenly approached them. Everyone, the city lord invites you in. The 5 tribulation bodiless immortal said. The city lord. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. Sure, but we'll have to wait until we're done eating, Yi Xian said casually. Hearing this, the 5th tribulation loose celestial immediately became furious and shouted, "How dare you neglect the city lord's invitation? How dare you? Then I won't go." Yi Xian shrugged. Hearing this, Headstrong and the others broke out in cold sweat. Along the way, they had heard about the realm of the Wildfire City's city master. He was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, the #1 expert in Wildfire City. However, this realm was not enough to scare Yi Xian. If that's the case, then I can only escort you there. The eyes of the 5th tribulation loose immortal flashed, looking like he was about to attack. He was a middle-stage 5th tribulation loose immortal, 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. How could he not be able to deal with him? However, he really couldn't do anything about it. Looks like we can't finish eating. Let's go in first. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and then a strange energy enveloped Headstrong and the others. Then, Headstrong and the others were all taken into the planting space. The third floor of the restaurant was emptied in an instant. The surrounding people were shocked, even the fifth tribulation loose immortal was shocked. How could the dozens of people suddenly disappear? Could it be that they were just illusions? That was impossible. The fifth tribulation loose immortal was shocked because he was a middle-stage fifth tribulation loose immortal. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they couldn't hide from him. Before he could react, the sound of something breaking through the air attracted his attention. Yi Xian directly launched a sneak attack. The difference of two realms and the carelessness of the fifth tribulation loose immortal caused his head to be chopped off by Yi Xian. I didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always comes to me. Die. After Yi Xian said coldly, he crushed the head. As for the interspatial ring of the opponent, it naturally fell into his pocket. Since such a thing happened, he couldn't stay in Wildfire City any longer. He had to leave immediately. Of course, there was a second way, which was to fight. The people sent by the city lord were killed by me. This matter will probably spread to the city lord's ears soon. At that time, there will be experts, even 6 tribulation loose immortals, coming here. Yi Xian thought to himself, and quickly left Wildfire City. If he was slow, he wouldn't be able to leave. There was a formation in Wildfire City, so it was impossible to take out large things, so the flying boat was useless. If he was intercepted in the city, then it would be a tragedy. Outside, Yi Xian had the help of the exploding flame flying boat, which at least doubled his battle strength. Soon, Yi Xian left the city, but he didn't immediately leave with the exploding flame flying boat. Instead, he waited quietly outside the city. The exploding flame flying boat was already prepared. Because of the flying boat system, Yi Xian didn't need to personally control it. In addition, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were already in position in the planting space. Once the battle started, they would immediately join the battle. Sure enough, in less than 5 minutes, a group of city guards led by a middle-aged man walked out. A 6th tribulation loose immortal, 5 5th tribulation loose immortal, and more than 10 4th tribulation loose immortal. Yi Xian squinted his eyes, and immediately saw through the opponent's realm. These people probably couldn't withstand 2 attacks from the exploding flame flying boat. How dare you kill the city lord subordinates in my Wildfire City? If you know what's good for you, then surrender. The middle-aged man leading the group said sternly. You talk too much. You're courting death. Yi Xian shouted coldly, and directly released Old Tree and the other 2, and then attacked. You're courting death. The middle-aged man leading the group of city guards shouted coldly, and directly led the group of city guards to attack. 9 Dragon Sky Roaring Attack. Old Tree directly used his ultimate move, and 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons rushed out, attacking the enemy. Insignificant skill. The middle-aged man leading the group snorted coldly, but his expression didn't look too good because he felt that this attack was no small matter. He estimated that even a peak 5th tribulation loose immortal wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily. Fortunately, he was a 6th tribulation loose immortal, so he took the lead to rush out and faced it head-on. However, because of this, he fell into the old tree's trap. After the 9 lightning and fire heavenly dragons, there were 9 lightning and fire chains. After the middle-aged man defeated the heavenly dragons, the 9 lightning and fire chains were locked on his body. 1 on the neck, 2 on the arms, wrists, thighs and calves, making a total of 9. The power of the lightning instantly paralyzed the 6th tribulation loose immortal. Humph, you want to trap me with this kind of little trick? The 6th tribulation loose immortal immediately circulated his vital energy to remove the paralysis effect. Chapter 1669. Not good. This time, his expression finally changed, but it was too late. This meteorite-like fireball had already arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This huge fireball directly engulfed him. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. This sixth tribulation loose immortal was slightly weaker than the previous youth. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was directly killed. His death shocked the others. Wasn't this flying ship's attack power a little too crazy? Before they could react, the second fireball had already arrived. Even if those people resisted with all their strength, they could not block this fireball's attack. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A series of system notifications rang out. This group of city guards was directly killed by Yi Xian, leaving only the Qian Kun ring as a remnant. Those onlookers were already shocked to the point of speechlessness. If this flying ship attacked Wildfire City, how long could the city barrier array last? However, Yi Xian would not do this kind of thing. After all, he was not going to massacre the city. This time's harvest was not bad, but Yi Xian was still unable to reach the level of fourth tribulation loose immortal. At this moment, he was thinking whether to leave or continue to stay. If he continued to stay, there would definitely be more powerful experts appearing. Even a sixth tribulation peak city lord would appear. However, what Yi Xian did not understand was why the city lord was looking for him. Therefore, he decided to stay. Today, he was going to have another big battle. Not long after, the news spread to the city lord mansion. Following that, the city lord was furious and led the experts to rush out. There were a total of 6 tribulation loose immortals. Including the city lord, there were 7 of them. In addition, there were more than 25th tribulation loose immortals. This was the strength of the city lord mansion. Facing such a powerful team, Yi Xian did not have any stage fright and just looked at them. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to behave so atrociously in my place? The city lord of Wildfire City shouted angrily. You are the city lord of Wildfire City. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked. That's me. The city lord of Burning Field City widened his eyes and replied. I want to ask you, why did you send people to find trouble with me for no reason? Do I have a grudge against you? Yi Xian immediately asked. I also wish to ask you, where did you obtain this exploding flame-flying boat? The Burning Field City's city master asked. Yi Xian said, where did it come from? What does it have to do with you? If I'm not mistaken, this flying boat should be made by Grandmaster Tian Bao of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It's an all-round flying boat that combines attack, defense, and speed. Even I might not be able to afford such a level 6 flying boat, the city lord of Wildfire City said. You can't afford it because you're not capable, Yi Xian mocked. However, the explosive flame-flying ship was originally only a level 5 flying ship. It only became a level 6 flying ship after going through the flying ship system. Such a flying ship was indeed something that the city lord of Burning Field City could not afford. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Die. The city lord of the Burning Field City did not say anything and directly attacked. Yi Xian was taken aback. This old man was swift and decisive, taking action as soon as he said so. Since that was the case, then let's fight. Sword Blade Storm. In an instant, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to use his ultimate move. At the same time, he also directly attacked. It had been a long time since he personally fought to his heart's content. Slaughter Seal. He first condensed a Slaughter Seal and then started attacking. As long as he condensed 2 Slaughter Seals, then he could use 2 more Slaughter Seals to stack up to 5 Slaughter Seals. Then, he would use all of them to unleash the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. He had not used the Immortal Slaying Sword formation since he merged with the Immortal Slaying Bloodline until now. Today, he would test its power. At the same time, he controlled the flying boat to circle to one side and launched the exploding flame attack. However, a large number of experts had come to the City Lord mansion this time. Even the exploding flame attack was completely destroyed by the other experts. At present, the exploding flame flying boat's energy could still launch 3 attacks. Therefore, he had to conserve his energy. The ones participating in this battle were Yi Xian, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian. Due to the difference of 6 realms, Yi Xian did not dare to approach the City Lord. After all, there was a difference of 6 realms between them. If he was not careful, he might be killed instantly. Fortunately, among the people that the City Lord of Wildfire City brought this time, in addition to the 6th and 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals, there were also 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. In an instant, Yi Xian controlled a large number of 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals and made them attack the surrounding experts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled. The City Lord of Wildfire City clearly did not expect that so many people would betray him. He subconsciously reacted. It must be Yi Xian who controlled these people. This joint attack caused the fall of 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. This brought a lot of killing intent to Yi Xian. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. A system notification sounded. At this moment, Yi Xian already had 2 slaughter seals. As long as he gathered 1 more seal, he would be able to use the Immortal Slaying Sword formation. However, the first time, he killed 4 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals because of a sneak attack. Now that everyone had reacted, it would not be so easy. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had other moves. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly went past the City Lord of Wildfire City and arrived beside a 6th Tribulation Loose Immortal. Then, he directly used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. A flaming hoof directly fell and stepped on 2 people. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used the 2nd Unicorn Descend. Bang! This hoof instantly killed the 2 people. As for the 3rd hoof, Yi Xian aimed at the group of 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 3 more system notifications sounded. This time, the 3rd slaughter seal was finally condensed. Ding! Host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system notification sounded out, Yi Xian had used the slaughter engraving skill twice. 5 slaughter seals. Come, Immortal Slaying Sword formation. After Yi Xian used up 5 slaughter seals, a huge formation with him as the center appeared. In the air, various weapons quickly appeared. They were all long swords. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, although Yi Xian did not count in detail, these long swords had already covered the sky. Before everyone could react, the Immortal Slaying Sword formation began to operate. Tens of thousands of long swords began to sweep. Whoosh! Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, the wind whistled. Chapter 1670. However, at this moment Yi Xian's mind is ringing continuously. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In just an instant, several 5th Tribulation Loose Immortals were killed. At the same time, all the 4th Tribulation Loose Immortals were killed. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Within the Immortal Slaying Sword formation, the Wildfire City Lord's face is gloomy. This formation was set up by the peak 4th Tribulation Loose Immortal Yi Xian. Its power is not small. Most importantly, Yi Xian is immune to these long swords. They will pass through his body and will not cause any harm. This means that he can attack from within the formation. However, he does not want to do so. Because in less than 3 seconds, the rest of the 6 Tribulation Loose Immortals will all die. Only the Wildfire City Lord is left. At the same time, the Wildfire City Lord is covered with injuries and will not be able to hold on for much longer. Since that is the case, I will send you on your way. Yi Xian squints his eyes and uses death-chasing order to mark the Wildfire City Lord and then flashes over. Eye of Assassination. Nihility Flame Sword Wave. Chapter 1671. Up ahead is the most dangerous place in the small immortal realm, the Immortal Tomb. Even a 9 Tribulation bodiless immortal might not be able to come out alive. The 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal furrowed his brows. The Immortal Tomb was a very strange place. Even if he drove a flying boat in, he might still die. So he decided not to chase after him. Of course, he had to see Yi Xian enter the Immortal Tomb with his own eyes. However, Yi Xian did not know about this dangerous place and rushed in with the remaining half of the exploding flame-flying boat. It's dark. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings were dark, and then there was no light at all. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Revelation, so he could see everything around him. But what surprised him was that the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal did not chase after him. Something was wrong. Yi Xian immediately reacted. He knew that he'd chased into a dangerous place. He immediately used the Eyes of the Void, but the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The Eyes of the Void is temporarily unavailable. Yi Xian's heart sank. What was this place? Even the Eyes of the Void could not be used. The space in the small immortal realm was very stable. Even the 7 Tribulation bodiless immortal chasing after Yi Xian could not break through the void. Yi Xian could not either, but his Eyes of the Void could be used under normal circumstances. It seemed that he had entered a dangerous place. This is not a good place to stay. Let's retreat first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He began to repair the flying boat and then took a detour to leave this dark place. But at this moment, boom! A loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded out from the dark surroundings, as if thunder had struck. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that there was no light at all. The next moment, the flying boat could no longer fly and fell from the sky. Forbidden Space Array. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Because even he couldn't fly, he directly fell down from the sky. Fortunately, with his physique, he would not be injured even if he fell from a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. If an expert fell to his death, could he still be called an expert? However, just as the flying ship was about to pass through, Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation to see a huge stone tablet in front of them. No, it wasn't a stone tablet, but a gigantic tombstone. But that was not the point. The point was that when the flying boat was about to land, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The exploding flame-flying ship didn't land. Instead, it headed straight for the core of the planet. The F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. What was going on? All of a sudden, a forbidden space formation appeared out of nowhere. Just as he was about to enter, a large hole suddenly opened up in the ground, allowing him to enter. What was going on? It seemed that there was a super powerful existence controlling everything behind the scenes. Yi Xian was already on high alert. The old tree and the others were also on standby in the planting space. If there was any danger, they would immediately charge out. However, Yi Xian was too paranoid. Soon, the flying boat was inserted into the ground, and the hole disappeared quietly. At this time, the flying boat had been repaired. Yi Xian hid inside and quietly observed his surroundings with his Eye of Revelation. The flying boat was a 6th-grade flying boat with a 6th-grade defensive power. Even a 7th tribulation loose immortal would have to spend some effort to break it, so it was relatively safe. There was nothing around except for a large door. At this time, the cave suddenly lit up, and a figure appeared. This was an old man. He seemed very ordinary, but Yi Xian, who was in the explosive flame-flying ship, knew that he wasn't such a simple person. "Fated person, come out and meet me," the old man said slowly. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He knew that he was in big trouble and secretly cursed his bad luck. Wherever he went, trouble followed. Yi Xian did not immediately come out. Instead, he asked, "Senior, why did you lead me here?" The old man did not answer this question. He said, "Young man, don't be afraid. If I want to kill you, your flying boat can't stop me." After he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand. A white light flashed in front of Yi Xian, then forcefully cut the explosive flame-flying boat in half. This time, Yi Xian was terrified. It was just a figure, but it had such power. This freaking figure was at least a 9th tribulation loose immortal. Since the flying boat's defensive power was useless, Yi Xian could only walk out and face the old man. "Young man, since you can come here, it means that we are fated. Next, I will give you a great opportunity," the old man said. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. "What fated? You clearly forced me to come here." However, when he heard the second half of the sentence, 2 beams of light burst out of his eyes. Was it a good fortune or a great one? "Senior, this is..." Yi Xian forcefully suppressed his joy and said in astonishment. "To tell you the truth, I'm already dead. This flowing light palace is my tomb. In this flowing light palace, there are the treasures I left behind. But if you want to enter, you need a key," the old man said. "Dead? Treasures? Key?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. How did he come across such a good thing? Something was fishy. "Then, what do you want me to do?" Yi Xian asked. "Very simple. I want you to go to the Immortal Destiny sect and get the key. Then, this treasure is yours," the old man replied. When the words, "Immortal Destiny sect," fell into Yi Xian's ears, he could not help but shudder. The key is in the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian was shocked. The Immortal Destiny sect was the overlord of the lesser immortal realm. If this old man had connections with them, could he be an elder of the Immortal Destiny sect? The old man narrowed his weathered eyes. "Young man, I'm Flowing Light. Haven't you heard of me?" "Flowing Light? What's wrong with this name?" Yi Xian was a little confused. This was the first time he'd heard of this name. What a hothead. The old man smiled faintly. "I, Flowing Light Immortal, am one of the 3 great immortals of the lesser immortal realm. I am also the founder of the Immortal Destiny sect." "What?" As soon as he said this, Yi Xian almost swallowed his Adam's apple. The old man in front of him was one of the 3 great immortals who'd founded the lesser immortal realm. Immortals were much stronger than itinerant immortals. But that was not the point. The point was, how could an immortal die? "Senior, since you are an immortal, how could you die?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. This lesser immortal realm was founded by Flowing Light Immortal and 2 other immortals. In this lesser immortal realm, Flowing Light Immortal was almost invincible. How could he die? Chapter 1672. Something. Yi Xian was shocked and asked, "What is it?" "This is also the reason why I brought you in. You have the same aura as that thing, so you must have gotten it before." After the old man finished speaking, he suddenly condensed the shadow of a black stone in his hand. There was a strange pattern on the black stone, which was very familiar to Yi Xian. "This is the devouring source." Yi Xian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Now, he understood why he came in. It was because he had once obtained a devouring source in the Blood Rock continent. At that time, that devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. If he devoured another one, he might be able to level up again. This strange thing can devour all things, then convert them into immortal power and give it back to me. The other two immortals found out about this secret of mine and attacked me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to escape, but not long after, I was seriously injured and died. Before I died, I set up a fallen immortal formation. Anyone who enters will be killed by the fallen immortal formation, even 9 tribulation loose immortals. After the old man finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. The other 2 immortals were my senior and junior brothers in the same sect, and also my best friends. But because of this thing, they could not help but attack me. They knew that the immortal tomb was where I died, but because of the fallen immortal formation, they did not dare to enter. After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but break out in cold sweat. This fallen immortal formation could even kill 9 tribulation loose immortals, and even real immortals were afraid of it, let alone a 5 tribulation loose immortal like him. Senior, since this is your tomb, can't you just open the door? Yi Xian asked in surprise. No, my Qian Kuan ring has been marked by them. Once it is opened, they will know. At that time, they will try their best to come in. Lumen Immortal shook his head. Then wouldn't it be the same if I opened it with the key? Yi Xian frowned. That's different. By the time you go to the Immortal Destiny sect to retrieve the key, I would have already set up a concealment array. Although it can only conceal you for a day, it's enough for you to take everything away, said Immortal Luminous. Yi Xian paused and said, so you're saying that this key isn't the key to opening the door, and it's not the key? If possible, it would be best to obtain that key. That is the key to opening the passageway to the immortal plane, Immortal Luminous said. A passage to the immortal world. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, isn't it closed now? That's right, the passageway to the celestial realm is indeed closed. However, do you know why? After Celestial Lumen finished speaking, he couldn't help but pause for a moment before he continued. All those years ago, the 3 of us were hunted down in the immortal world, and we had no choice but to hide in the lower realms. After that, we removed the key to the Immortal Ascension platform and unilaterally closed the passageway to the immortal world. That way, the people of the immortal world wouldn't be able to come down. It's you, seniors. Yi Xian was shocked. However, by doing so, we've already violated the heavenly rules of the immortal realm. If the passageway to the immortal realm opens again, we definitely won't be able to avoid it. That's why the other 2 didn't dare to open the passageway to the immortal realm. Most importantly, I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform. It's all in my tomb. As long as you obtain the key, you can open the passageway to the immortal realm. After hearing Immortal Luminous words, Yi Xian fell silent. After a while, he said, the key to the Immortal Ascension platform should be in the hands of the other 2 immortals, right? The key to the Immortal Ascension platform is called the Immortal Token of Ascension. However, since I've dismantled the Immortal Ascension platform, the array can no longer be used. Hence, the Immortal Token of Ascension alone is useless. The Immortal Token of Ascension has already become the token of the Immortal Destiny sect leader. It's not in their hands, Immortal Luminous said. Sect leader, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 immortals in the small immortal realm. The rest were at most peak 9th tribulation scattered immortals. If that was the case, he could deal with them. Senior, besides wanting me to obtain the Immortal Token of Ascension, do you have any other requests? Yi Xian asked. Yes. Back then, I was hunted down and came to the lower realm. My only regret is needless to say. My request is that after you open the passageway to the immortal realm, you bring my corpse back to the real Immortal Destiny sect. Immortal Luminous sighed. The real Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll definitely do it." After hearing Yi Xian's reply, Immortal Luminous nodded slightly and said, "Although this is the first time we've met, I can feel that you're not an ordinary person. I can see that you've been cultivating for less than 100 years, right?" After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked again. An immortal was indeed an immortal. His eyesight was really sharp. He actually guessed correctly. However, it had not even been 20 years since he started cultivating. Where did 100 years come from? You should also have a piece of that black stone. With it, it's reasonable for you to have this much. However, I don't intend to give it to you now, unless you can bring back the immortal token, Immortal Luminous said. But I'm only a 5 tribulation scattered immortal now. How can I enter the Immortal Destiny sect? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Very simple. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly took out 5 stones and said, "These are called Immortal Destiny stones. With them, you can enter the Immortal Destiny sect. 1 piece for an outer sect disciple, 2 pieces for an inner sect disciple, and 3 pieces can directly become an elder's personal disciple." What are these? How can they be so powerful? Yi Xian took the 3 white stones and quickly scanned them with his eye of revelation. However, he did not discover anything. I'm a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. We pay attention to fate. When we established the Immortal Destiny sect, we spread them out. These 3 stones are actually immortal stones that I brought down from the immortal realm. However, there's a formation on them. If you don't break it, you won't be able to see anything. After Immortal Luminous finished speaking, he suddenly broke the formation on the 2 immortal stones and threw them to Yi Xian. It's an immortal stone. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and quickly swallowed the immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ember of Thunder Fire has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is middle stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has broken through. Current level is peak stage 5 tribulation scattered immortal. Hiss! After hearing the series of system notifications, Yi Xian could not help but gasp. Just 1 immortal stone had allowed him to jump 2 realms. If it was not for the tribulation, he would have continued to break through. What a loss. Scary, too scary. Just 1 immortal stone allowed me to break through twice. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. Unfortunately, he was now very poor and could not shorten the tribulation time to 0. Therefore, he could only be stuck at the peak of 5 tribulation scattered immortal. It's really powerful. It's a pity that I'm already dead. Otherwise, with this black stone, I could even break through the shackles of immortals and become a heaven immortal. Chapter 1673. Above the immortals is the sky immortal. Yi Xian heard some clues. Immortals were naturally divided into ranks. Lumen Immortal was the most ordinary immortal, followed by the Sky Immortal. He did not know what was above the Sky Immortal realm. However, Yi Xian did not care. He would know once he reached the required level. Although I have a lot of wealth, I can't give it all to you now. As long as you get the Hui Hui Immortal token, I'll give it all to you. You can even ascend to the immortal realm. Lumen Immortal threw the 3 immortal opportunity stones to Yi Xian. With these 3 immortal opportunity stones, Yi Xian could enter the immortal destiny sect. 3 immortal opportunity stones can make an elder take you in as a personal disciple. However, after I went missing, I think, although Lumen Immortal did not continue, Yi Xian understood. The other 2 immortals were eyeing Lumen Immortal's devouring source, so they attacked him. With one less big shot in the immortal destiny sect, Lumen Immortal's subordinates would naturally be taken away. Even so, I can suggest that you become Elder Tianbao's subordinate. He is an upright person who does not fight for power. He is the first batch of people I brought in from the outside world. Take these 3 immortal opportunity stones and become his disciple, Lumen Immortal said. Tianbao. Yi Xian was familiar with this name. The city lord of Wildfire City had said that his flaming flying ship was made by Grandmaster Tianbao. Grandmaster Tianbao of the Sky Treasure Pavilion should be Elder Tianbao of the Immortal Destiny sect. Yes. Yi Xian nodded in response. Alright, you can go now. However, remember not to reveal that you entered the immortal tomb. Otherwise, you should know the consequences, Lumen Immortal said. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at Lumen Immortal. Go. After you leave from the north of the immortal tomb. Head northeast for a day and you will reach Flying Cloud City. Then, you can use the transportation formation in Flying Cloud City to reach the foot of the Immortal Destiny sect. Lumen Immortal waved his hand and the hole at the top appeared again. All right. Yi Xian responded and immediately left. However, before that, he had already changed his appearance to that of an ordinary man. The lower the profile, the easier it would be to infiltrate the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he steered the blazing flying ship to the northern edge of the immortal tomb. Grandmaster Tianbao made my exploding flame flying ship, so it's very eye-catching. However, I have the flying boat system. In addition to upgrading the flying boat system can also change the appearance of the flying boat according to my wishes. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he immediately changed the shape of the flying ship. As the saying goes, concentration is the essence. The explosive flame flying ship had shrunk in size. It was originally 1,000 meters long, but now it was only 50 meters long. Even its outer shape had changed. It was originally a rhombus-shaped flying ship with small wings, but now it was a cylinder. At first glance, it looked like a big one. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, right? Although the appearance of the flying ship had changed, its attack, defense, and speed were still at the 6th grade. Moreover, with Yi Xian's ability, even if he saw the 7 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal from the Immortal Destiny Enforcement Team, he would not be able to recognize him. However, he was not in a hurry to go to the Immortal Destiny sect. Right now, I have 3 sealed Immortal Destiny stones and 1 useless Immortal stone. I'm now a peak 5 Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. If I want to pass the tribulation, I'll need treasures of heaven and earth, Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had a flash of inspiration. There must be a lot of good stuff in the immortal tomb. Those bodiless immortals who had barged in were all killed by Lumen Immortal. Their corpses might still be scattered around the immortal tomb. At this thought, Yi Xian steered the flying ship and entered the immortal tomb again. He was discovered by Lumen Immortal as soon as he entered. However, Lumen Immortal immediately understood that Yi Xian was trying to take advantage of the situation. This kid, Lumen Immortal did not know whether to laugh or cry but did not object. After all, it would take at most 3 days to explore the entire immortal tomb. Even 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye. What was 3 days? Originally, many bodiless immortals entered the immortal tomb to train. However, after a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal died inside, almost no one entered. Most of the treasures were taken away by Lumen Immortal. However, Lumen Immortal was too lazy to collect the items left behind by the 6 tribulation and 7 tribulation bodiless immortals. This allowed Yi Xian to benefit. Yi Xian spent 5 days exploring the immortal tomb thoroughly and obtained many good things. During this time, Luo also broke through to the peak of 5 tribulation bodiless immortal. Since they were in the immortal tomb, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He would wait until Luo had the confidence to pass the tribulation together. When Yi Xian summoned the old tree, Ghost Dome Emperor, Wei Zhentian, and Luo out of the planting space, Luminous Celestial was shocked. Even he did not realize that Yi Xian had such a skill. Yi Xian and the others once again underwent their tribulations. Boom! 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 Bolts of tribulation lightning struck down. Ding! The host has successfully passed the tribulation. The host is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Luo has successfully passed the tribulation. She is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Thunder Fire Ember has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully passed the tribulation. He is now an early stage 6 tribulation scattered celestial. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is now an early 6 tribulation scattered celestial. This was not the end. This time, Yi Xian had gained a lot in the immortal tomb. After successfully passing the tribulation, he immediately started devouring. The early stage of the 6th tribulation loose immortal, the middle stage of the 6th tribulation loose immortal, the peak of the 6th tribulation loose immortal. In an instant, he soared up again. However, this time, he did not have enough heaven and earth treasures. He only reduced the time to pass the tribulation by 300 years. After all, Luminous Celestial had taken away all the immortals above 8 tribulation scattered celestial. Damn! But this was not bad. After all, when Yi Xian entered the immortal tomb, he had just passed the 4 tribulation scattered celestial not long ago. Now, he was already the city lord of Wildfire City. It's about time. Let's go to Swallow City and then teleport to Immortal Destiny Sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, he boarded the flying ship and left the immortal tomb. Previously, he had obtained many good things. Therefore, he strengthened the flying ship. Now, the flying ship's attack power had increased to level 7. Its defense power was also level 7. It was just that its speed was a little lower. Therefore, it was still at level 6. However, this was enough. After using the new flying ship to travel for a day, Yi Xian finally arrived at Swallow City. Before entering the city, Yi Xian specially glanced at the wanted posters. He did not see his wanted poster. He reckoned that the 7 tribulation scattered celestial thought that he was already dead. After all, even a 9 tribulation scattered celestial might not be able to come out alive after entering the immortal tomb. Chapter 1674. Swallow City was much larger than Wildfire City, and the city lord was a 7 tribulation itinerant immortal. There was a transportation formation that led to the Immortal Destiny Sect. Although the cost was not small, Yi Xian could still afford it. As the top faction in the small immortal world, the Immortal Destiny Sect naturally had many people who wanted to come to the Immortal Destiny Sect to seek opportunities. Who knew if an expert from the Immortal Destiny Sect would take him in as a disciple? The Immortal Destiny Sect was all about fate. The Immortal Destiny Sect was very strict in accepting disciples. After all, it was the top faction. There were many people who came with Immortal Destiny stones in their history. However, there had only been 2 people like Yi Xian who came with 3 immortal destiny stones. One was an elder of the Immortal Destiny sect, and the chief blacksmith of the Immortal Destiny sect, Tian Bao. The other had become the current sect leader of the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian was the third. At this time, Yi Xian had already ascended the stairs of the Immortal Destiny sect with the Immortal Destiny stone in hand. After a while, he arrived at the gates of the Immortal Destiny sect, but was stopped by 2 Immortal Destiny sect disciples in blue and white robes. "Sir, you are not a disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect." "What is the matter?" one of the Immortal Destiny sect disciples asked. Yi Xian sized up the 2 Immortal Destiny sect disciples and was shocked. These 2 were both 7 Tribulation itinerant immortals. The Immortal Destiny sect was indeed extraordinary. "Greetings, senior brothers. I found an Immortal Destiny stone," so, as Yi Xian spoke, he took out an Immortal Destiny stone from the Devour space. After seeing the Immortal Destiny stone, the 2 disciples suddenly widened their eyes, and greed flashed in their eyes. Immortal Destiny stone, it was actually an Immortal Destiny stone. As disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect, they naturally knew what an Immortal Destiny stone was. That was an immortal stone. Using an immortal stone to invest in the Immortal Destiny sect was actually a huge loss. However, the seal on the immortal stone could only be undone by the experts of the Immortal Destiny sect. If it could not be undone, the immortal stone was trash, no different from the ordinary stones on the ground. "Junior brother, you are really lucky to have obtained an Immortal Destiny stone. How did you get it?" a guarding disciple asked. "It's like this. In order to transcend the tribulation, I found a cave to cultivate in. I found this Immortal Opportunity stone in that cave," Yi Xian answered honestly. "Junior brother's luck is really too good. An Immortal Destiny stone can allow you to join my Immortal Destiny sect and become an outer sect disciple. I grew up in the Immortal Destiny sect since I was young. After experiencing thousands of years, I'm still just an inner sect disciple." A disciple guarding the mountain said enviously. If an outer sect disciple of Immortal Destiny sect wanted to enter the inner sect, he had to be at least a 7 Tribulation loose immortal. These 2 guarding disciples were both 7 Tribulation loose immortals, so they were already inner sect disciples. Originally, Immortal Lumen's plan was to let Yi Xian spend 3 Immortal Opportunity stones to become Elder Tianbao's disciple. However, Yi Xian had asked around at the foot of the mountain and found that the rules had changed. Originally, 1 Immortal Opportunity stone could enter the outer sect to cultivate. 2 Immortal Opportunity stones could directly enter the inner sect. 3 Immortal Opportunity stones could choose an elder to become his disciple. However, after the Immortal Destiny sect's rules changed, 3 Immortal Opportunity stones could only enter the inner sect. To become an elder's disciple, one had to spend 5 Immortal Opportunity stones. Now, Yi Xian had 3 Immortal Opportunity stones and 1 unused Immortal Opportunity stone. It was not enough to become Elder Tianbao's disciple. Instead, he could use 1 Immortal Opportunity stone to enter the outer sect and then transcend the tribulation to become a 7 Tribulation loose immortal. This way, he could directly enter the inner sect. This method was more economical. Of course, Yi Xian wanted to save money. After all, he had a lot of time. Why waste Immortal Opportunity stones? As long as he found a way to break the seal of the Immortal Opportunity stones, then those 2 Immortal Opportunity stones would be his. At that time, he would have 3 Immortal Opportunity stones. "Junior brother, one look and I can tell that you are fated with our Immortal Destiny sect. Come, I'll bring you to the outer sect Elder Qiu." After speaking, a guarding disciple led Yi Xian directly into the Immortal Destiny sect. Along the way, the Immortal Destiny sect disciples all looked at the Immortal Opportunity stone in Yi Xian's hand with greedy eyes. Of course, some people directly showed disdain for Yi Xian. After all, most of these people had entered the Immortal Destiny sect because of their talent and intelligence. How could a piece of trash like Yi Xian, who had entered the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining an Immortal Opportunity Stone, be on equal footing with them? After a while, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to the back of the sundry hall. "Elder Qiu, this disciple requests an audience." The guarding disciple shouted from outside the door. "No." An old voice came from inside. "Ahem." Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. This Elder Qiu was quite haughty. "Elder Qiu, someone has brought an Immortal Opportunity Stone." The guarding disciple hurriedly added. After saying that, there was a moment of silence inside. Then, an old man walked out. "Your luck is not bad to be able to obtain an Immortal Opportunity Stone." Elder Qiu snorted coldly and directly took the Immortal Opportunity Stone from Yi Xian's hand. "Come back tomorrow for the Immortal Opportunity Stone." After a fated person obtained an Immortal Opportunity Stone, not only could he use it to enter the Immortal Destiny sect, but an elder would then undo the seal on the Immortal Opportunity Stone and pass it to the fated person. Therefore, this Immortal Opportunity Stone was still Yi Xian's. Although Yi Xian could directly use 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones to enter the inner sect, and the Immortal Opportunity Stone would be his afterwards, that would be too ostentatious. After all, it had only happened twice in history. It was better to keep a low profile. Following that, the guarding disciple led Yi Xian to register. The latter directly became a member of the Immortal Destiny sect, received an identity token, and was assigned a place to stay. "Junior brother, news of you obtaining an Immortal Opportunity Stone and entering the outer sect of the Immortal Destiny sect has probably spread. I estimate that many outer sect disciples will come looking for you." The guarding disciple said. "Come looking for me? Why?" Yi Xian was a little confused. "You have to know that the Immortal Opportunity Stone is actually an Immortal Opportunity Stone. It's just that there's a seal on it. After 3 days, you'll obtain an Immortal Opportunity Stone without the seal. If you refine more than 10 Immortal Opportunity Stones, then you might be able to condense immortal power." The guarding disciple replied. "Immortal power." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Itinerant immortals and itinerant immortals might have the word immortal in their names, but they were still in the realm of mortals. They still use true qi in their bodies, not immortal power. However, as long as they refined 10 Immortal Opportunity Stones, then they might be able to condense immortal power. As long as they could condense immortal power, would anyone in the same realm be a match for them? Even if they challenged those of a higher realm, it would not be a problem. If that's the case, then many people will indeed come looking for you. But why are there only outer sect disciples? Yi Xian asked curiously. Chapter 1675. The guarding disciple paused for a moment. That's why many outer sect disciples are backed by inner sect disciples. They stay in the outer sect and snatch immortal stones from anyone who obtains them. Although immortal opportunity stones can only be obtained by fated people, this is a world where the strong are respected. It's fate that allows one to obtain immortal stones. As long as no one dies, the sect won't care. Yi Xian could not help but sigh. In the end, it all depends on one's strength. Junior brother, if you're willing, you can use these immortal stones to exchange for natural treasures. Then, they won't dare to touch you. Don't worry, these natural treasures are enough for you to cultivate to peak 7th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal or even 8th Tribulation Bodiless Immortal. The guarding disciple finally showed his true colors. An immortal stone was very precious. Even the elites who ranked at the top of the inner sect would have to spend a long time to obtain one. If the guarding disciple obtained an immortal stone, he would definitely give it to others in exchange for cultivation resources. After all, he knew he could not obtain 10 immortal stones. For ordinary people, it was impossible to obtain immortal power if they could not obtain 10 immortal stones. However, immortal stones could increase Yi Xian's cultivation level. Moreover, he could completely devour immortal stones. He might not even need 10 immortal stones to condense immortal power. My apologies, senior brother. Yi Xian didn't explain further and directly said. Humph. The guarding disciple was extremely displeased when he heard this. He thought to himself that Yi Xian did not know what was good for him. Since that was the case, he did not waste any more words and turned to leave. As expected, not long after he left, someone came looking for him. You're Yi Xian. A burly man came looking for him with a dozen underlings. What's the matter? Yi Xian sat in the courtyard and said without raising his head. The burly man in front of him was already a peak 6 tribulation bodiless immortal. The underlings behind him were also 6 tribulation bodiless immortals. They were not weak. However, this kind of strength wasn't enough in front of Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian could use his eye of the soul to control the other party the moment they entered the door. However, he felt that there was no need to do so. I heard that you obtained an Immortal Destiny Stone and entered the outer sect of the Immortal Destiny sect, so I came here to give you a chance. As long as you give me the Immortal Stone, you can do whatever you want in the outer sect. Even if you are promoted to the inner sect, you will have the protection of the 10th ranked Senior Brother Yuaning. Senior Brother Yuaning, who is ranked 10th in the inner sect. Yi Xian grinned and said, what if I don't hand it over? Then, I'll do it myself. The brawny man snorted. He could also feel that Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 6th tribulation loose immortal realm. However, it had been more than 1,000 years since he broke through to the 6th tribulation loose immortal realm. In addition, he had the protection of Yuaning, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect, so his strength was not to be underestimated. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a brat who came in by luck? If that's the case, then why don't you do it? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and was ready to fight. You've got guts. More than 20 years ago, someone said that to me, and I crippled his limbs. Brat, do you want to fight here, or do you want to go to the immortal battle platform with me? The brawny man snorted. The outer sect of the Immortal Destiny sect was relatively lax. As long as no lives were lost, it was allowed. However, it could not be done at any time. If one wanted to snatch the other party's item, they had to go to the immortal battle platform. After all, if they fought here, it would cause too much of a commotion and they would be stopped very quickly. Up to you. Yi Xian replied casually. If that's the case, then come with me. The brawny man snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not waste time and followed him. Along the way, there were still many people who looked at Yi Xian with gloating eyes. There were also some who shook their heads. People like Yi Xian who did not know what was good for them were not rare. As the saying went, bear with it for a while and you'll be free. Why ruin one's future for a piece of immortal stone? Soon, Yi Xian followed the brawny man to the outer sect immortal battle platform. The Immortal Destiny sect was relatively amiable. Only gambling could be done on the immortal battle platform, and not life and death. Senior brother, if you want my immortal stone, then you have to take out some treasures. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said. Humph, if you can beat me, then everything in this interspatial ring will be yours. After the brawny man finished speaking, he took off the interspatial ring and threw it to Yi Xian. There were many things in the interspatial ring. After all, the brawny man was considered a tyrant in the outer sect. In fact, he could have passed the 6th tribulation of itinerant immortal and become a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, then be promoted to the inner sect. He stayed in the outer sect to help senior brother Yuaning in the inner sect collect immortal stones. Yi Xian checked the contents of the interspatial ring. Although it was not much, it could reduce his tribulation time by 200 years. It was not bad. Alright, I agree to the gambling match. Yi Xian nodded and threw the interspatial ring back. The manager of the immortal battle platform at the side also understood the sequence of events. So Yi Xian had entered the Immortal Destiny sect by relying on Immortal Destiny stones. Alright, I understand the stakes of both parties. The rules are simple. No deaths. If you are sent flying out of the Immortal Battle platform, you lose. Of course, you can also surrender on the platform, the 8 Tribulation Scattered Immortal said. Kid, I'll give you one more chance. If you get on the Immortal Battle platform, then, before the brawny man could finish, Yi Xian flew directly onto the Immortal Battle platform. How dare you! The brawny man did not waste any more words and jumped up. At this time, 2 groups of people flew over. They were also tyrants of the outer sect. When they saw Yi Xian and the brawny man get on the Immortal Battle platform, they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Damn it, he got there first. On the Immortal Battle platform, Yi Xian and the brawny man faced each other. They were both peak 6 Tribulation Scattered Immortals and had the same cultivation level. However, most people thought the brawny man would win. After all, the brawny man had already obtained 3 immortal stones for senior brother Yuanying, who was ranked 10th in the inner sect. The battle was about to start. Kid, you're courting death. The brawny man had been training his body since he was young, so his physique was incomparably strong. He stomped his feet on the ground and pounced on Yi Xian like a cheetah. However, Yi Xian had never lost in terms of physique. When the brawny man pounced, Yi Xian suddenly exploded with a speed even more terrifying than the brawny man's. Bam! A powerful fist smashed into the brawny man's chest. All the power in the fist leaked out and sent the brawny man flying out of the Immortal Battle platform. Instant kill. The outcome of this battle was decided in an instant. Everyone was shocked. Even the 8 Tribulation Scattered Immortal Battle platform manager was dumbfounded. Chapter 1676. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian smiled and poured the contents of the interspatial ring into his devouring space. His heavenly tribulation time was reduced by 200 years. The brawny man received a huge blow as he stared in astonishment. Only when Yi Xian accepted the universe ring did he react. How is that possible? The brawny man exclaimed. At this moment, someone immediately flashed onto the stage. It's my turn. This person was also a peak 6 Tribulation itinerant immortal and one of the top 10 inner disciples. He was stronger than the brawny man. Senior brother, you have to give me something that satisfies me before I'll use immortal stones to bet with you. Yi Xian said. Take it. The person did not waste time. He took out a weapon and threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that there were more items than the brawny man. He nodded in satisfaction and threw the interspatial ring to the steward of the arena. His stake is the interspatial ring. Are you still betting with immortal stones? The steward asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Although he did not have the immortal stones yet, he could go to Elder Qiu tomorrow. It would not make any difference. The second battle began. As expected, the disciple with the sword was sent flying by Yi Xian with one punch. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring. 2 victories with only 2 punches. Yi Xian's strength had shocked everyone present. He was indeed strong. No wonder he dared to challenge these people. This kid is tough. But senior brother Yang already has 9 immortal stones. If he has one more, he might be able to condense immortal force. Then he will definitely be able to squeeze into the top 3 inner disciples. One of the people below the arena thought for a moment and jumped onto the arena again. He did not waste time. After taking out his weapon, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. That's enough. Yi Xian nodded. The third battle began. There was no suspense in this battle. His opponent was directly knocked off the immortal battle platform by Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian only had 100 years left to go through his tribulation. If he could get some good stuff, he would be able to go through his tribulation immediately. As long as he passed the 6th tribulation of the itinerant immortal and became a 7th tribulation itinerant immortal, he could directly refine the immortal stone. By then, he could quickly break through again. However, after winning 3 matches in a row, not many people dared to go on stage anymore. Although it wasn't fatal, Yi Xian wouldn't agree to the bet if he didn't offer something. In the end, 2 more people went up to the stage to try, but they also failed. As a result, Yi Xian had gathered enough natural treasures for his tribulation. After the 5 people left, no one dared to go up because Yi Xian had just sent the #1 expert of the outer sect flying. He was the true #1 in the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect. Yi Xian, you can only make a name for yourself in the outer sect. Don't you want to rise to the inner sect in the future? At this time, the burly man suddenly shouted again. I don't want to worry about the future now. Yi Xian sneered, then left. On the immortal battle platform, he had already intimidated everyone. No one would come to find trouble with him. Inner sect. When he retrieved the immortal stone tomorrow, he would directly begin his tribulation. However, Old Tree was now a peak 6 tribulation itinerant immortal, so Yi Xian secretly gave him an immortal destiny stone, then let him join the immortal destiny sect. In one day, 2 people actually used an immortal destiny stone to enter the immortal destiny sect. This was very rare. After that, those people went to find trouble with Old Tree, but they were beaten up again by Old Tree and gained many benefits. After that, they found out that Yi Xian was in cahoots with Old Tree. When they found out, they were so angry that they couldn't speak. The next day, Yi Xian brought Old Tree to find Elder Qiu. The seal on the 2 immortal destiny stones had been undone. Thank you, Elder. Yi Xian thanked him. You're not weak, but when you rise to the inner sect in the future, you'll be in trouble. The #1 in the inner sect is already a 9th tribulation itinerant immortal and has condensed immortal power. You'd better watch out, Elder Qiu kindly reminded them. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Yi Xian thanked him. Then, Elder Qiu's fox tail was revealed. Of course, if you give these 2 immortal stones to me, I guarantee that they won't dare to find trouble with you. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. We want to refine these 2 immortal stones ourselves. Yi Xian directly refused. Do as you wish then. I don't lack these 2 immortal stones anyway. Elder Qiu snorted coldly and prepared to enter the door. However, at that moment, Yi Xian suddenly called out, Elder Qiu, please wait for a moment. What's the matter? Elder Qiu turned around. May I know the method to unseal the immortal destiny stone? Where can I get it? Yi Xian asked directly. When he heard that, Elder Qiu instinctively reacted and exclaimed, You have another one. No. I'm just thinking about what to do if I get another one in the future. Yi Xian immediately shook his head. He did indeed have an immortal destiny stone and an immortal stone in his devouring space, but it was better to keep those things to himself. Elder Qiu looked at Yi Xian skeptically. He did not quite believe Yi Xian's words, but he did not ask further. He said directly, the method to unseal the immortal destiny stone can be exchanged in the inner sect. The inner sect? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded. Thank you, Elder Qiu. Then, he left with the Old Tree. Next, he opened up a secret room and began to undergo the tribulation. Young Master, in the Immortal Destiny sect, all 7 tribulation bodiless immortals will be forcibly promoted to the inner sect. There will be a lot of pressure when the time comes, the Old Tree reminded him. At most I'll be a peak 7 tribulation bodiless immortal when the time comes, unless I can get some rare treasures and undergo tribulation again. Yi Xian nodded. Thinking of this, he hesitated. However, he was not to be trifled with. At most, he would use his trump cards. After all, Ghost Dome Great Emperor and Wei Zhentian had not shown themselves yet. No one else would enter the room used for tribulation, so Yi Xian and the others began their tribulation. Boom! 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 18 bolts of tribulation lightning struck one after another. Yi Xian passed the 6th tribulation bodiless immortal and became a 7th tribulation bodiless immortal. At the same time, the old tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian also broke through to the early stage of 7th tribulation bodiless immortal. Due to the immortal stones, the gap between Luo's cultivation level was widened again. 7 tribulation bodiless immortal, all devour. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian directly devoured another immortal stone. However, this time, the immortal stone only helped him break through to the middle stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. He almost reached the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Therefore, he devoured another immortal stone. This was the 3rd immortal stone. Ding! Host has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to the peak stage of 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. Chapter 1677. 2 immortal stones allowed Yi Xian to break through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm from the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. It was not a loss. Yi Xian's advancement was simple, but the amount of heaven and earth treasures he needed was many times more than others. If it were others, they would have broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm or even the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal realm. Of course, the efficiency of refining immortal stones was too low for ordinary people. It was not easy to condense immortal power. "Young master, what should we do now?" asked the old tree. "Let's go to the inner sect and get the method to unseal the immortal opportunity stone first." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and left. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm, he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal realm with the help of his bloodline. Then, he went to the inner sect to register. Soon, he became an inner sect disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he went to get the method to unseal the immortal opportunity stone. Ding! The immortal opportunity stone has been successfully unsealed. The host has received 1 immortal stone. The system notified. Looming Immortal gave him a total of 3 immortal opportunity stones and 2 immortal stones. He refined 1 on the spot in the immortal graveyard. Then, he refined another 2 immortal stones. Therefore, Yi Xian still had 2 immortal stones. Yi Xian was deciding how to distribute the remaining 2 immortal stones. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. "I'll use these 2 immortal stones to strengthen the flaming flying ship." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Previously, he had obtained a lot of ores and some low-grade flying ships, so he used them to strengthen the flaming flying ship. Now, the flaming flying ship was already a 7th-level flying ship. The immortal stones were stones condensed from immortal qi. If they were used to strengthen the flying ship, he did not know how much it would improve. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly threw an immortal stone into the flying boat system. Ding! The flaming flying ship's attack level increased. Ding! The flaming flying ship's defense level increased. Flaming flying ship speed level. After refining 1 immortal stone, the flying ship became a level flying ship became a 8th level flying ship. However, it was not over. There's still 1 more immortal stone. Go! Yi Xian steeled his heart and used the last immortal stone to strengthen the flying ship system. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's attack level has increased. Ding! The exploding flame flying ship's defense level has increased. 2 more system notifications rang out. Currently, the flaming explosion flying ship's attack power was at the 9th grade, its defense power was at the 9th grade, and its speed at the 8th grade. This was practically a top-notch flying boat. It had taken Grandmaster Tianbao 1,000 years to refine a level 9 all-purpose flying boat. The amount of resources he had spent was more than 100 celestial stones. As for Yi Xian, he had only spent 2 immortal stones. This was the power of the system. This flaming flying ship was strong enough to fight against a peak 9th tribulation loose immortal. With it, would Yi Xian have to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? However, this flaming flying ship was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. He could not reveal it easily, at least not in the Immortal Destiny sect. With this flaming flying ship, it will be much easier for me to complete the sect's missions. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly went to the inner sect's training hall to accept some more difficult missions. Hunt down a 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon in the Black Dragon Abyss. Kill a 9th tribulation loose immortal devil. Annihilate the startling bandit group. These sect missions were at least of the 7-star level. In other words, only 7th tribulation loose immortals could accept them. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that many of these missions were of the 9-star level. Even the first senior brother of the inner sect might not be able to complete them. After accepting the missions, Yi Xian quickly left because he felt that someone had recognized him. An immortal stone was not precious, but it was rare. The elders of the Immortal Destiny sect could only receive 1 immortal stone every 100 years. That was 10 immortal stones every 1,000 years. However, the number of elders in the Immortal Destiny sect could be counted on one's fingers. There were only 9 till now. The 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect are all 9th tribulation loose immortals. In addition to the immortal stones, they have probably condensed immortal power and are very strong in battle. Moreover, there are 2 true immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect. If I want to take the immortal badge of ascension from the sect leader, I have to at least break through to the 9th tribulation loose immortal realm. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this time, he had already left the Immortal Destiny sect. He found a hidden place and directly tore open the void. Then, he boarded the flaming flying ship and began his mission. He knew that if he did not leave, those senior brothers of the inner sect would come to find trouble with him. Although there would be more restrictions in the inner sect, under these circumstances, he probably would not be able to defeat that first senior brother of the inner sect who was already a 9th tribulation loose immortal and had condensed immortal power. After all, he could not use his trump card. The reason why the old tree could appear was because Yi Xian had also exchanged something to help him change his appearance. Although that 7th tribulation loose immortal was a member of the Immortal Destiny sect's enforcement team and was often on the move, he still had to be careful. Wait for me to return, then I'll make my move. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. When he had entered the Immortal Destiny sect, he had only been a 6th tribulation loose immortal. It was reasonable for him to undergo the tribulation to become a 7th tribulation loose immortal. However, if he underwent the tribulation twice in such a short period of time, it would arouse the suspicion of others. Therefore, when the time came, he would have to make his move directly and obtain the immortal badge of ascension at lightning speed. Next, he would go and complete those missions. With the flaming flying ship, it would not take long. The early 9th tribulation loose immortal double-headed black dragon, the 9th tribulation loose immortal bloodthirsty devil, and the shocking bandit group would all die. However, just as Yi Xian was leaving, in a hidden place in the Immortal Destiny sect, 2 old men were sitting opposite each other and talking. "Junior brother, how many immortal stones do we have left in our storage?" asked a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. "Senior brother, we don't have much left." The 9 elders use up 9 immortal stones every 100 years. In addition to the others, we'll need about 100 immortal stones every 1,000 years. I estimate that we can only hold on for another 3,000 years," said the other middle-aged man with a yellow face, shaking his head. "That damned Lu Ming. Not only did he destroy the immortal ascension platform, he even took away so many immortal stones," cursed the middle-aged man with a scar. The middle-aged man with a scar was called the Demon Spirit Immortal, and the middle-aged man with a yellow face was called the Yellow Dragon Immortal. They were both Lu Ming Immortal's junior brothers. Their immortal stones had all been brought down from the immortal realm. In the lower realm, it was impossible to produce immortal stones, so the more they used them, the fewer they had. "Senior brother, why don't we organize a group and charge into the immortal tomb?" asked the Yellow Dragon Immortal. Chapter 1678. Immortal Huang Long's expression instantly became unsightly when he heard the words exhausted. He said, "The heaven and earth origin energy in the lower realms is too thin. Our immortal veins are gradually shrinking here. I estimate that we will die here in less than 10,000 years. Let's think of something else." The Demon Spirit Immortal's expression also darkened. However, as two immortals, there was nothing they could do about this. They could only wait for death. Although they could use immortal stones to slow down the shrinking of their immortal veins, it was only a delaying tactic. Once they ran out of immortal stones, they would die. When they fled the immortal realm and came to the mortal realm, they had expected this day to come. However, because they established the Immortal Destiny sect, they sped up. Immortal Huang Long said, "Tian Bao is already able to forge a 9th-grade flying boat. If he works harder, he might be able to forge an immortal artifact-grade flying boat. At that time, how can an immortal artifact be so easy to forge?" Tian Bao is indeed very talented in forging artifacts, but he's only a 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal. Although he won't face the 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal in the lower realm, he can only live like this. Even a true immortal might not be able to forge an immortal artifact. The Demon Spirit Immortal sighed. "Unfortunately, we don't have a source of immortal stones. Otherwise, we could create an immortal stone mine. That way, we won't end up with exhausted immortal chi and can live for a long time." Immortal Huang Long also sighed. "We can only send people to gather immortal stones scattered all over the small immortal realm. That way, we can survive for a few more years." Yi Xian spent some time on this mission. It took him a total of 5 days. In these 5 days, he used the 9th-grade flying boat to explore many places. He even used the 9th-grade flying boat to kill a 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal double-headed black dragon and a 9 Tribulation Loose Immortal bloodthirsty demon. In other words, he had completed the mission and collected many natural treasures. He had successfully passed the 7 Tribulation Loose Immortal Tribulation and broken through to the 8 Tribulation Loose Immortal realm. However, this was still not enough. Killing the double-headed black dragon will give me an immortal stone. Killing the berserk bloodthirsty demon will also give me an immortal stone. These 2 missions have existed for thousands of years. To this day, no disciple has been able to complete them. If I go back and complete them, it will definitely cause a commotion in the Immortal Destiny sect. Yi Xian thought as he hurried back to the Immortal Destiny sect. He estimated that he would be able to break through to the middle stage of the 8th Tribulation Bodiless Celestial Realm if he devoured all of them. At that time, if he used all his trump cards, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with other loose immortal experts. Of course, if those 2 real immortals made a move, then it wouldn't be good. Thus, he had to seize the opportunity with lightning speed. "I've just broken through to the 8 Tribulation disbanded celestial stage, and I've completed all kinds of X, and star-level missions, so it's not suitable for me to do it." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to hide for a while before finding someone to help him complete the task. Soon, he drove the flying ship back to the vicinity of the Immortal Destiny sect. He then broke through the void and returned to his residence. The inner sect disciples were at least 7 tribulation disbanded celestials, and the stronger ones were 9 tribulation disbanded celestials, such as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Revelation to control an early stage 8 tribulation disbanded celestial disciple. Kacha! The door of Yi Xian's residence opened, and a young man walked in. "Greetings, Master." The young man said respectfully as he knelt down on one knee. "You bring some people over. It's best if they're at the same level as you, but not higher," Yi Xian said. There were many rewards, but it would be best if he could increase his strength in the next mission. Moreover, he could control many people, so he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go. Soon, the inner sect disciples with strong strength entered Yi Xian's residence. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. System notifications rang one after another as Yi Xian filled up the quota. At this time, he had broken through to the middle stage of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. If he added the rewards, it would be enough for him to break through to the peak of the 8th tribulation disbanded celestial stage. "Alright, go and bring me the reward," Yi Xian said to his followers. More than 58 tribulation disbanded celestials completed the mission together. After a short while, they returned in a threatening manner. At the same time, they brought back 2 celestial stones and a large amount of natural treasures. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Lightning Ember has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Wei Xintian has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! Ghost Dome Emperor has broken through. Host is now at the peak of 8 tribulation disbanded celestial. Ding! The speed of the explosive flame flying ship has increased. Several system notifications rang in succession, making Yi Xian's eyes widen. The explosive flame flying ship was now a real level 9 flying ship. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that it could continue to increase in level. Could it be that there was a level 10 flying ship above the level 9 flying ship? However, a level 9 flying ship corresponded to a 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. If it were to increase in level, wouldn't it be? Let's talk about this later. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did you find out what I asked you to find out?" "Yes." "The sect leader is in seclusion in his residence." "The sect leader's token is hanging on his waist," one of the disciples replied. "Very good. All of you can come in now." Yi Xian nodded. Then, he threw all of them into the plant dimension and released the control of his Eye of Soul. Even a real celestial being would not be able to come out after being thrown into the plant dimension, let alone these people. Then, Yi Xian used his Eye of Soul to control dozens of intermediate 8 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, he could not break through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, this was not the end of it. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The combination of the Eye of Soul and the plant dimension is flawless. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He kept the disciples in the plant dimension and continued to control them. After a few rounds, the number of inner disciples decreased significantly. However, Yi Xian also broke through to the peak of the 8 tribulation disbanded celestial realm. However, just as Yi Xian was about to continue, a powerful aura suddenly landed in his courtyard. A 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Who is it? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 9 grand elders in the Immortal Fate sect. All of them were peak 9 tribulation disbanded celestials. However, the intruder was only an early 9 tribulation disbanded celestial. Therefore, it should be one of the revered elders of the immortal fate sect. A disbanded celestial would undergo a tribulation every 1,000 years. However, after reaching the 9 tribulation disbanded celestial, the 9th tribulation would no longer occur. Chapter 1679. However, the person who had come to Yi Xian's residence was not a revered elder of the Immortal Destiny sect, but the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao. After sensing this aura, Yi Xian opened the door. Outside the door stood a handsome long-haired youth. The first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao. Yi Xian recognized him. After all, someone had shown him a portrait. Just now, I saw many people enter your house. Why did their auras disappear? Yu Hao asked in surprise. Senior brother, you must have sensed wrongly. There's no one in my house. Yi Xian grinned and shook his head. That's impossible. I clearly sensed them enter your house. One of them was even my younger brother. Yu Hao narrowed his eyes. Senior brother, if you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yi Xian made way for Yu Hao. Yu Hao paused for a moment, then walked past Yi Xian and entered the house. Indeed, there was no one inside. However, he firmly believed that someone had entered Yi Xian's house. Why was there no one now? Junior brother, why do I find you unfamiliar? At this moment, Yu Hao suddenly changed the topic and asked. Oh, senior brother has been in seclusion for a long time. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Yi Xian quickly said. If it were anyone else, I might not recognize them. However, in the inner sect of the Immortal Destiny sect, I'm the only one who has passed the 8th tribulation and reached the 9th tribulation. I recognize all the other peak 8th tribulation loose immortals, but I don't seem to recognize someone like you. Yu Hao said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. This Yu Hao was indeed extraordinary. He had actually sensed his true realm. Peak 8th tribulation loose immortal. To tell you the truth, I only recently joined the Immortal Destiny sect after obtaining 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones. Today is the first time we've met. Yi Xian hurriedly said. In fact, he had entered the outer sect using an Immortal Opportunity Stone, then ascended to the inner sect after passing the tribulation. At this time, besides Yu Hao, no one else knew his realm. If Yu Hao knew that it only took him a few days to break through from the 7th tribulation bodiless immortal to the peak of the 8th tribulation bodiless immortal, he would definitely be suspicious. After all, Yu Hao was the disciple of the sect leader. 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones. Junior brother is really lucky. Yu Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. 3 Immortal Opportunity Stones. As long as the seal was removed, it would be 3 immortal stones. This was not a small sum. Right now, although Yu Hao had already condensed immortal power and his battle prowess far exceeded that of a loose immortal of the same level, he still needed immortal stones. This way, he could condense immortal power again and have more immortal power, and also make the immortal power purer. The reason Yi Xian told such a lie was because he wanted to fight to the death. He was already planning to take action, but he didn't expect to bump into Yu Hao. Then, let's do it. Junior brother, my luck is indeed not bad. However, this is my first time here, so please take care of me, senior brother. Once the seal on the Immortal Opportunity Stone is removed, I am willing to take out 2 immortal stones to show my respect to senior brother. Yi Xian said respectfully. Yu Hao couldn't help but tremble when he heard that. 2 immortal stones. This kid sure knows how to be a good person. Yu Hao thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to forcefully buy 3 immortal stones, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to directly give him 2 immortal stones. This was truly out of his expectations. However, just as his heart was about to waver, a strange energy suddenly attacked his soul. Soul attack. Yu Hao immediately reacted. Right now, there was only him and Yi Xian. If this soul attack was not launched by Yi Xian, who else could it be? Even Yi Xian did not expect his eye of soul to fail. This was not possible. Although Yu Hao had lived for a long time and was a 9 tribulation loose immortal, Yi Xian was also a peak 8 tribulation loose immortal. He was only one realm away. Yu Hao must have some kind of soul defense technique. Perhaps the two immortals had left it on him. If this failed, it would be troublesome. Kill. At this moment, Yi Xian's killing intent was aroused as he directly took out his weapon. At the same time, 3 figures appeared behind Yu Hao. They were the Old Tree, the Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Jintian. Grip of the Underworld. 9 Dragons Thunder Chain. In an instant, Yu Hao was forcibly restrained. He could not move at all. In the next moment, Yi Xian's sword had already pierced his head. It was only a fingernail away from his brain. Submit to me, or I'll destroy your soul. Yi Xian's cold voice entered Yu Hao's ears. He did not expect to fall here. He couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Yi Xian's eyes that were filled with killing intent. How dare you? Just as Yu Hao was about to open his mouth to speak, he felt the long sword piercing into his forehead. It had already made contact with his brain. You only have one chance. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he activated his eye of soul again. Yu Hao's soul was indeed protected by the two immortals. However, if he submitted himself, the protection would be useless. Ding! Control successful. A system notification sounded. The first disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect had become Yi Xian's puppet. Phew! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be exposed. After all, he had not even seen the face of the Immortal Destiny sect master. However, Yu Hao was the disciple of the Immortal Destiny sect master. Now that he had become Yi Xian's puppet, he could recommend Yi Xian. It was a blessing in disguise. Since he had Yu Hao under control, Yi Xian quickly put the Old Tree and the other 2 into the planting space. 2 auras appearing out of nowhere might be discovered. Then, Yi Xian unceremoniously took off Yu Hao's yin and yang ring and checked it. It's not enough. It can only shorten the time by 400 years, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Next, he was going to do something big. That was to assassinate the Immortal Destiny sect master, obtain the Immortal Ascension badge, and then leave. If he could break through to the 9 tribulation scattered immortal realm, the success rate would be very high. However, the task of obtaining the Immortal Ascension badge was now left to Yu Hao. Yi Xian planned in his heart. He decided to cause havoc in the Immortal Destiny sect once, then have Yu Hao sneak attack the Immortal Destiny sect master and obtain the Immortal Ascension badge. Then, he would directly leave and return to the Immortal Graveyard, open the Luminous Cave Abode, and obtain the treasure. For the upcoming battle, Yi Xian had to be prepared. The formation of the slaughter mark required a large amount of killing intent. However, the killing intent of the Immortal Slayer bloodline did not only increase by killing people or monsters. As long as one continued to fight, the killing intent value would continuously increase. In the Immortal Destiny sect inner sect, there were a total of 9 peak 8 tribulation scattered immortals. Thus, Yi Xian had Yu Hao bring 2 over and then use his eye of soul to control them. Chapter 1680. These 2 loose immortals at the peak of the 8th tribulation were the disciples of the Immortal Destiny sect with no background. They were both disciples of the elders. Yi Xian controlled the 2 of them and took on the appearance of one of them. Then, he and the other person entered the immortal battle platform. Hey, isn't that Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Lin? Are they going to compete? These 2 senior brothers have a good relationship. Because they are stronger, the elders have stipulated that if they want to compete, they must enter the immortal battle platform. Let's go, let's watch the two senior brothers fight. Immediately, Yi Xian, disguised as senior brother Wang, and the other senior brother Lin entered the immortal battle platform. Then, Yi Xian directly used the slaughter seal. Fight! This battle would not end so easily because Yi Xian needed to continuously increase his killing intent to use his ultimate move. On the other side, the first disciple of the inner sect, Yu Hao, had already gone to find his master, the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect. At the same time, Old Tree, Ghost Dome Great Emperor, and Wei Zhentian were already waiting outside the Immortal Destiny sect in the level 9 explosive flame flying ship, waiting for Yi Xian's instructions. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. After Yi Xian and senior brother Lin exchanged blows for a minute, the system notified. If it was to kill someone, the second slaughter seal would only take a few seconds to form. However, it took a full minute to do so in a battle. Below the immortal battle platform, thousands of disciples had already gathered. There were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. Even the disciples with lower realms could see that Yi Xian and senior brother Lin were only sparring and were not using their full strength. The third slaughter seal took a full 10 minutes to condense. It was very rare for a battle to last for 10 minutes. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were already beginning to suspect something was going on. What are these two senior brothers doing? The battle was still going on. Yi Xian ignored the whispers around him and continued to fight senior brother Lin. Finally attracted the elders. At this moment, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and his gaze fell on someone around him. Just now, some of the Immortal Fate sect's worshippers had come to watch the battle, but these worshippers were only early or middle Ninth Tribulation loose immortals, and could not see through Yi Xian's disguise. However, the 9 elders of the Immortal Destiny sect were already peak Ninth Tribulation loose immortals. If they discovered any clues, Yi Xian would be exposed. However, they probably wouldn't have guessed that senior martial brother Wang was someone else in disguise, and they definitely wouldn't know the purpose of Yi Xian and senior martial brother Lin's duel. What are you two doing? The middle-aged elder suddenly asked. Elder Qin, senior brother Wang is currently sparring with me, senior brother Lin replied. Does the competition take that long? The middle-aged elder was in disbelief. Elder Qin, I have a bet with senior brother Wang. It doesn't mean that I'll win if I defeat him, senior brother Lin continued. When the middle-aged elder heard this, he only snorted lightly and said, then do as you wish. He was not suspicious, only feeling that these two were really bored to death. It was the first time that the surrounding people had seen such a boring competition, so many people left immediately. There were much fewer people around the immortal battle platform. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. When the system's notification sounded, Yi Xian already had 4 slaughter seals. However, in order to condense 3 slaughter seals, Yi Xian had spent a full hour. If he relied on battle to condense the 5th slaughter seal, it would probably take at least 5 hours. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to attack. Old Tree, come. Yi Xian finally transmitted to Old Tree. Understood. Immediately, Old Tree steered the 9th grade explosive flame vessel towards the Immortal Destiny sect. The 9th grade explosive flame vessel's speed was also 9th grade, and it quickly reached the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate. Who's there? The disciples guarding the Immortal Destiny sect's mountain gate immediately shouted angrily. Before they could finish, Old Tree and the other 2 darted out of the explosive flame vessel and quickly crippled the disciples, taking away their yin and yang rings. The Immortal Destiny sect was the top faction in the small immortal world, with a true immortal overseeing it. No one would have thought that it would be attacked. Explosive flame attack. Yi Xian, who was in the Immortal Destiny sect, directly controlled the explosive flame vessel to launch an attack from afar. Boom! A huge fireball landed directly on the Immortal Fate sect's Grand Protective Array, piercing through it with a single blow. Someone is trespassing. The voice spread throughout the entire Immortal Destiny sect, and everyone who heard the voice jumped out. With the 9th grade explosive flame vessel, Old Tree, and the others directly charged in. Although they did not start a massacre, they did not recommend sending anyone to their deaths. At this time, the explosive flame vessel had already reached the Immortal Destiny sect's outer sect, and a few reverends of the Immortal Destiny sect had already made their move. However, the explosive flame vessel's attack was comparable to a peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortal, and these reverends could not block it at all. Moreover, the explosive flame vessel's defensive power was shocking, and the reverends could not even break through its defenses. These people could not block the explosive flame vessel at all. In the blink of an eye, the explosive flame vessel swept into the Immortal Destiny sect's inner sect, and behind it, there were many other vessels that had entered. If Yi Xian wanted to, the Immortal Destiny sect would probably be flooded with blood, but in order to open the passageway to the immortal world, this had to be done. When Old Tree drove the explosive flame vessel in, Yi Xian had already sent a voice transmission to Yu Hao. It was unknown who had shouted just now, but it had already alarmed the Immortal Destiny sect master. At this time, Yu Hao was right behind him. Soon, Yi Xian saw the Immortal Destiny sect master, a peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortal. At the same time, there were other elders in the Immortal Destiny sect, a total of 6. In total, there were 7 peak 9th tribulation itinerant immortals, as well as more than 10 reverends of 9th tribulation itinerant immortals. Who dares be so presumptuous? The Immortal Destiny sect master roared angrily. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian directly controlled the explosive flame vessel and fired a cannon at him. Boom! A huge fireball blasted towards the Immortal Destiny sect master. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength naturally did not need to be excessive, and he could receive 3 immortal stones every 100 years. He had long since condensed immortal power, and if he fought, apart from those 2 immortals in the Immortal Destiny sect, his strength was the strongest. Scatter! The Immortal Destiny sect master roared angrily, and punched out, scattering the explosive flame vessel's attack. However, just as he made his move, Yu Hao, who was behind him, also made his move. Poof! A long sword directly pierced the Immortal Destiny sect master's throat, and with a jolt of immortal power, the Immortal Destiny sect master's neck was severed in an instant. Even those elders had not expected that a dignified sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect would be beheaded by his own disciple. Chapter 1681. Immediately, Yu Hao took the universe ring and quickly checked it. He found the token of the Immortal Destiny sect master, the Immortal Ascension badge. Baidu Search Power Literature Network updates the fastest and most stable www.glwx. Then, Yu Hao immediately nodded at Yi Xian. You got it. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly marked Yu Hao with the Deathly Hunt badge. At the same time, he directly used a skill to form the 5th slaughter mark. Slaughter mode, 5 times the power. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian came to Yu Hao's side and took the universe ring. As the sect master of the Immortal Destiny sect, his wealth was naturally above anyone else's. No itinerant immortal had more than him. After devouring a large amount of natural treasures, Yi Xian's tribulation time was shortened to 0. However, now was not the time to undergo tribulation, so Yi Xian quickly flashed to the side of the Old Tree. I got it. Let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice and directly hid inside the explosive flame-flying ship. Just as he was about to leave, an old voice suddenly sounded. Insolent scoundrel, how dare you intrude into my Immortal Destiny sect to kill people? You're courting death. Yi Xian looked and found that he could not see through the newcomer. An immortal. The Immortal Destiny sect's patriarch had killed his way out. Retreat. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He directly tore open the void and left in an instant. In this dangerous situation, he did not even take the flame explosion flying ship and left immediately. What? He can actually tear open the void and leave the small immortal realm that I built. How did this kid do it? The newcomer was Immortal Huang Long, followed by the demon spirit Immortal. Second brother, what's going on? The demon spirit Immortal looked around and asked in surprise. Just now, they were all in seclusion. This could slow down the shrinkage of their immortal meridians, so they did not spread out their spiritual senses. Big brother, the Immortal Ascension badge was stolen. Immortal Huang Long looked at the head of the Immortal Destiny sect master and exclaimed. Although he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter, Yu Hao had killed the sect leader of the Immortal Fate sect at lightning speed and then taken away by Yi Xian. It was obvious that he was here for the Immortal Ascension token. Hearing this, the demon spirit Immortal immediately understood. It must be Immortal. The demon spirit Immortal opened his eyes wide. The writ of Immortal Ascension was actually of no use to them. That was why it was used as a token by the sect leader. Immortal Ascension platform was Immortal Ascension platform Immortal Ascension badge. At the same time, only Celestial Lumen knew the secret of this badge of Immortal Ascension. Big brother, this immortal luminary is truly skilled. Yu Hao's soul is protected by the two of us, but he is still being controlled. A dead person is actually so capable? Immortal Yellow Dragon sighed. Junior brother, Immortal Ascension Immortal was our Immortal Destiny sect's #1 genius. How could he be so easy to deal with? My guess is that he wants to open the Immortal Ascension path and let his enemy kill us, said the demon spirit Immortal. Then what do we do? Do we just sit here and wait for death? Immortal Huang Long frowned. Although they wanted to open the Immortal Ascension path, they would die in a few years. However, they did not know if their enemy was still on the other side of the Immortal Ascension path. If they opened the Immortal Ascension path, they might die prematurely. No hurry. Immortal Ascension Immortal is already dead. The two of us are invincible in the small immortal realm. If Immortal Ascension path wants to open the Immortal Ascension path, he must return to the Immortal Destiny sect, said the demon spirit Immortal. The Immortal Ascension platform was in the Immortal Destiny sect, so he was sure that Immortal Ascension path would return. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and was far away from the Immortal Destiny sect. Then, he passed through the void positioning point and quickly returned to the huge tombstone in the Immortal Tomb. Senior, I've brought the Immortal Ascension writ, Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. Then, another hole appeared in front of the huge tombstone. Yi Xian saw this and quickly went in, arriving in front of the Immortal Ascension cave abode. Young man, you really did not disappoint me. You really did obtain the Immortal Ascension writ. Immortal Ascension path appeared again and said in shock. However, I used violence to obtain the Immortal Ascension writ, so the two immortals should be able to guess, Yi Xian replied. It doesn't matter. In that case, my concealment formation is no longer useful. Hurry and retrieve it while they are still here. Immortal Ascension path opened the door to his cave abode without another word. In the next moment, Yi Xian saw the mountain of immortal stones. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There are 10,000 immortal stones here, as well as the pseudo-immortal treasures I had when I was alive. These are all yours, Immortal Ascension path said. 10,000 immortal stones. Yi Xian was shocked. If he devoured all of these, wouldn't he be able to break through many levels? However, what he was concerned about was the black stone on the mountain of immortal stones. The source of devouring. I've already taken these things out. Yellow Dragon Immortal and Demon Spirit Immortal should have already sensed it. They should be here soon, Immortal Ascension path said. Senior, although you've obtained the Immortal Ascension writ, and you have the bricks for the Immortal Ascension stage, where is the real Immortal Ascension stage? Yi Xian asked. The Immortal Ascension stage is in the Immortal Destiny sect. You have two options now. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the mortal world cannot compare to the Immortal Qi in the immortal world. If you stay here for too long, your immortal meridians will shrink and your immortal energy will start to dry up. Those two immortals are probably nearing the end of their lifespans. At most, they will die in another 10,000 years. Immortal Ascension Path paused and said, the first option is to wait for them to die before going to the Immortal Destiny sect and opening the passage to the immortal world. 10,000 years. I haven't even cultivated for 100 years. If I have to wait for 10,000 years, I might as well be killed. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said subconsciously. The path of immortal cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. I became an immortal hundreds of thousands of years ago. 10,000 years is not too long for me. However, it is indeed a little long for you. Immortal Ascension Path nodded and said, therefore, you can choose the second option. That is to kill those two immortals. What? Senior, you want me to kill immortals? Yi Xian was stunned. Those two were real immortals. Although he did not know what realm they were in, they were 10 times stronger than a 9 tribulation scattered immortal. Even if he broke through to the peak of the 9 tribulation scattered immortal, he might not be a match for them. Chapter 1682. Lumen Immortal estimated in his heart and said, Wang Long and Yao Ling were Tier 6 immortals at their peak. Now, they should have fallen to Tier 4 immortals. Grade 4 immortals. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and did some calculations. A 9 tribulation bodiless immortal was equivalent to a Grade 3 immortal. However, a Grade 4 immortal was equivalent to a 12 tribulation bodiless immortal. Senior, are you kidding me? Yi Xian asked in shock. Even if he broke through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal, he would not be able to fight a Grade 4 immortal. I'm not done yet. Lu Ming Immortal said, although the passage to the immortal realm is closed, it doesn't mean you can't become an immortal. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. The 9 tribulation bodiless immortal won't happen in the small immortal realm. However, with so many immortal stones, it's enough to create a real immortal realm environment. When the time comes, you can undergo the tribulation. Lu Ming Immortal said. You want me to undergo the 9 tribulation bodiless immortal in the small immortal realm? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Setting up a formation will cost about 10,000 immortal stones. What do you think? Lu Ming Immortal turned to look at Yi Xian. About 10,000 immortal stones. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. If he devoured those immortal stones, he would be able to break through many realms. Unfortunately, bodiless immortals did not undergo the tribulation and could not break through. Those immortal stones would only be enough for him to break through to the peak of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal. Oh yes, the flying boat can still be upgraded. Maybe it can resist. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, how many immortal stones will be left after setting up the formation? Actually, I had more immortal stones, but I spent a lot of them to operate the fallen immortal formation. I think I can leave you 100, Lu Ming Immortal replied. Only 100 out of 10,000 immortal stones. Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, 100 immortal stones were enough for him. You go through the tribulation first. After you break through to the peak of the 9th tribulation loose immortal stage, I'll start setting up the formation. Huang Long and Yao Ling are probably on their way to the immortal graveyard. You better hurry up, Lumen Immortal said as he grabbed the devouring origin and threw it to Yi Xian. Devouring source, the second piece of devouring source. Yi Xian immediately kept the devouring source. Ding, the devouring system can be upgraded to the immortal grade. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Yi Xian agreed without hesitation. Previously, when the devouring system was upgraded, it gave him a lot of benefits. He wondered what he would get this time. Ding! System upgrading. The system began to upgrade. Yi Xian looked at the progress bar and narrowed his eyes. Then, he triggered the 8th tribulation of the itinerant immortal. His success rate in transcending the tribulation was 100%, so there was no need to worry. At the same time, the old tree and the ghost dome great emperor were also undergoing their tribulations. Rumble. There were a total of 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Yi Xian and the other 2 were struck by 8 tribulation lightning bolts. Then, they heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Host has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Lightning Ember has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! The Ghost Dome Great Emperor has successfully transcended the tribulation. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Host is now an early stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. This was not the end. Yi Xian had obtained many Qian Kun rings, including the sect leader of the Immortal Fate sect. Therefore, he had a lot of cultivation resources, including nearly 10 immortal stones. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now an intermediate stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. Ding! Host has condensed immortal power. The system notifications rang out one after another. The strength of Yi Xian and the others soared to the peak stage 9 tribulation itinerant immortal. However, because this was the mortal realm, the 9th itinerant immortal tribulation would not descend. Now, even if Yi Xian's tribulation time had reached 0, he could not trigger the 9th itinerant immortal tribulation. I've condensed immortal power. With my current realm and immortal power, it shouldn't be a problem for me to transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal. When the time comes, I'll be a 4th grade immortal, enough to fight those 2 true immortals. Yi Xian thought to himself. Beside him, Lumen Immortal felt the change in Yi Xian's aura and nodded with satisfaction. I've waited for so many years. Finally, you're here. That yellow dragon and demon spirit guessed that it was me. They should have left one person in the Immortal Fate sect to prevent the passage to the immortal realm from being opened. Next, I'll set up a formation to help you transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal and become an immortal. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and lifted up the immortal stone mountain. Then, he began to set up a formation. The immortal stone mountain was emptied, leaving only 100 immortal stones for Yi Xian and the treasures of Lumen Immortal. As for the treasures of heaven and earth, they were used to suppress the shrinkage of the immortal meridians before Lumen Immortal died. However, this was enough. These treasures are worth a lot too. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the treasure. Ding! Explosive flame flying ships attack level up. Ding! Explosive flame flying ships defense level up. Ding! Explosive flame flying ship speed level up. 3 system notifications rang out. The explosive flame flying ship had surpassed the 9th grade. Yi Xian instinctively glanced at it and found that the explosive flame flying ship's level had increased from the 9th grade of itinerant immortal to the 4th grade of immortal. However, the consumption was a bit high. After all, those treasures were used by Lumen Immortal. It was a loss. Moreover, the explosive flame flying ship could no longer be upgraded after breaking through the shackles. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have asked Lumen Immortal to stop setting up the formation and use nearly 10,000 immortal stones to strengthen the explosive flame flying ship. Itinerant immortals can't become true immortals in this small immortal realm, but this flying ship can. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lumen Immortal felt the changes in the explosive flame-flying ship. As he set up the formation, he asked, "Young man, is this flying ship already an immortal artifact?" "Senior, you have a good eye," Yi Xian said with a smile. "You have more tricks up your sleeve than I thought. With this flying ship, as long as you transcend the 9th tribulation of the itinerant immortal, you'll have a better chance of defeating the yellow dragon or demon spirit."